Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here with you all today virtually. And so today I wanted to discuss with you on the physiological mechanisms of dual purpose wheat. Actually, the topic of this presentation came up another day in our department in a conversation between me and Dr. Zarnau and Ian Lofton. And actually, we were discussing things on what happens within the plant when it goes under grazing and why we do things the way we do as far as management for dual purpose wheat. And so today I just wanted to share some ideas with you, some research findings, and I hope you enjoyed the presentation, and I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have at the end of the presentation or the end of the session. And I'm hoping to hear your comments, your thoughts, and trigger some discussions on this. And so just to give an overview here, brief overview on the dual purpose wheat in Oklahoma, out of that 4.3 million acres of wheat that is planted every year, 50 to 60% of wheat is used for dual purpose wheat. And so many advantages of the systems of this system that we all know, it's diversifying the income, spreading the risk, and increasing profitability, and also the quantity and the good quality of forage that we provides for cattle. And so disadvantages that we have seen in our research is that dual purpose wheat usually have a yield reduction of 14% on average as compared to a grain-only production. And half of that is due to the early planting date in the dual purpose wheat as compared to grain-only, and also due to the grazing impact. And I'm going to discuss more of this in detail here later on. And so overall, the impact of grazing on wheat grain yield depends on crop and livestock management and also on the weather conditions following the grazing termination. So when we talk about dual purpose wheat, basically when in looking at the wheat perspective, we are mostly concerned about two factors. So forage production and the recovery from grazing. And so if we were to rank the needs of fall forage production, we would go with moisture, light, nutrients, and variety. So very important factors that will influence the amount of forage that we will produce to feed the cattle. And there is a direct and straight correlation between above ground biomass and water that is used by the crop. So here what you're seeing is the water productivity graph. So it's biomass yield response to water. So there is this direct correlation and strong correlation. So the greater the amount of water used, the greater the biomass that is produced. And so when we look at the radiation use efficiency, so that means the biomass that is produced per unit of light intercepted, we also see that strong and direct correlation with the greater the amount of light that is intercepted by the crop, the greater is the amount of biomass that is produced. And so management practices that we do that will increase the amount of water, the amount of light that is intercepted by the crop, the greater will be the amount of biomass that is produced. And so when we look at the solar energy, total radiation by month in Ardmore, Oklahoma, we see here in September how it is much higher, and then values starts to decrease as we go into December. And then it starts to increase again by March. And so this is one of the reasons why when we plant in Oklahoma for dual purpose wheat to maximize forage production. And so we plant here in September, sometimes late August. So we are trying to maximize the use of that total radiation that is available to produce forage. And so when we think about why when we plant in the dual purpose wheat, so planting earlier will maximize the amount of cumulative light that is intercepted by the crop and will result in more early season forage. And so in this graph, you see here yield being that forage yield in this bottom line and grain yield in this upper line here, and then day of the year. And so planting earlier by late August, you see here the great amount of forage. And the reason for that, one of the reasons for that is the maximum cumulative light that is intercepted, and how that forage production starts to decrease as we delay planting. And for grain yield, here we see that actually planting too early will hurt grain yield because of the excessive top growth and possible excessive use of water early in the season and too much biomass that will crops may run out of water later on. And so here basically the optimal window for dual purpose wheat, it's in between September 10th and 20th, which is the time that we have that trade-off between maximum forage production while also minimizing grain yield losses due to that early planting. In planting here in this time of the year, we have seen that it provides a good forage growth. We have enough canopy establishment, usually depending on the weather, but usually we do. And also it does provide enough time for the roots to develop and anchor the plants before grazing starts. And when we also look at seeding rate, increasing seeding rate results in more forage, as we see here, and that is basically because we have a quicker canopy closure, and so a more light that is intercepted by the crop, and so increasing our forage production. And here you can see the same variety in this picture planted on the same date in a higher population and in a lower population. So that's why we see that increase in forage production by increasing seeding rate. And so as a summary, when we look at light in forage production, light has to do with the quantity of light that is intercepted and the management practices that will influence that will be planting date, seeding rate, and also leaf expansion rate. And also we want to know about the efficiency of the light that is converted to produce biomass, so that radiation use efficiency, and that is influenced by variety, by nitrogen fertilization. And so here you can see variety with a poor early canopy closure, and then this is a variety with a good early canopy closure. And so as you can see here, there are differences, and usually what we call these differences is differences in early vigor. Basically, what we are saying is the difference in early canopy closure among varieties that is very important to utilize that light and convert that to produce biomass. And so nitrogen fertilization, very important. It will influence our tiller number, our plant growth early in the season, and also additional nitrogen is usually needed in a dual purpose system to account for that nitrogen removed that is consumed in forage. And so complete canopy closure will maximize our resource use efficiency. So grazing initiation usually is 45 to 60 days after planting, depending on the environmental conditions. 6 to 8 inches of top growth is required. And we also need that secondary root well developed to be able to anchor the plants and allow grazing without pulling the plants out of the ground. And as we go into that grazing initiation period, a canopy cover of about 50% is usually recommended for that period. And so overall, impact of grazing on wheat yield. So like I said before, there is on average a 14% yield reduction from grain only to dual purpose. In half of that, it's due to that early planting date. We have an increased risks of pests and also the excessive top growth and the possible use of too much energy ahead of the game. And so half of that, it's due to grazing impact, which includes grazing intensity, time of termination, and possible soil compaction from grazing from the cattle. And so when we talk about the dual purpose system, like I mentioned in the beginning of this presentation, it's very important for us to understand the phenology behind it. And so the association between the development of the plant and the formation of yield components. And so that may help us to understand why we manage the way we manage this system. And so basically what you're looking here in this figure is the entire growing cycle of wheat. So from planting to harvest. And here's roughly an estimate of when our grazing period occurs. And so beginning here with planting, that is when we have the leaf initiation, it's our vegetative phase. And it's also where we define our stand. So our plants per square meter. And as you can see here in this bottom here are all of our yield components. And you can see that yield components, they're being formed during the entire cycle of wheat. And so consequently, grain yield is also impacted. A lot of things can happen during the growth cycle that will impact yield. And so, however, some phases, they are more important than others as far as affecting our yield components. So just go little by little here. We could stay in this figure all day, but I'm going to briefly highlight some points here to you that I think could be interesting. So this is where our floral initiation starts. So basically where our reproductive stage starts. So you can see here vegetative phase, reproductive phase, and grain filling. And so this is where our reproductive organs begin to form. And as you can see, we have a lot of yield components or our reproductive organs being formed while wheat is under grazing. And so here we have the spikelet initiation. And just to explain here in a second, so spike is our entire head, and the spikelet is within the head where the grain is going to be. And so, for example, here we have the spikelet initiation. So we have our tillering production here, and the yield components, several yield components that are being formed, such as spikelets for spikes, heads per plant or spikes per plant, grain numbers per spikelet, and consequently here our grain numbers per square meter, which is being formed or determined during a very long period of time here in our growing season, and then grain weight later on. And so research has shown that management practices, variety selection that will improve grain number, it's way more important and will impact way more our yield as compared to grain weight. So anything that we can do to improve grain number per square meter is better to improve yields as compared to grain weight. Okay, and so here, like I said, it's our grazing period. So this is the time where we usually roughly terminate our grazing. And you can also see here that any nitrogen deficiency, for example, early in the season will impact our tillering production, especially fertile tillering production. And in any deficiency in nitrogen here at the floral initiation, spikelet initiation will directly affect our yield components, such as spikelets per spike, spikes per plant. And so that's why nitrogen deficiency at early in the season is extremely important to not happen, because that will directly impact our yield components. And so here it's the phase where you see that peak in biomass growth and also in nitrogen demand, and also that's when we would come back here with a top nitrogen application, top dress nitrogen application. And so what happens when we overgraze wheat? Basically, when we use first hollow stem is an indicator of when we should terminate grazing, right? And so we use that not only because of the actual growth stage of the plant, but also because we want to give enough time for the crop to rebuild that canopy that is being removed through grazing. So rebuilds that canopy to pick it up in growth, back again and continue forming our other yield components. And so what happens when we overgraze, we lower that curve, so we have a much lower canopy due to that leaf removal from grazing. And so basically this first hollow stem would be an indicator for us to give enough time for the crop to rebuild the canopy, continue with photosynthesis in developing. Okay, and so like I said, we could be here all day talking on this figure, but I just wanted to highlight a few things here in how there are a lot of yield components that are being formed by first hollow stem. And so, like I mentioned, nitrogen is extremely important for plant growth, for tillering. And you can see here a study that we have. So this is in ZDOX scale, but basically the stages here, it's jointing, anthesis or flowering, soft dough, and maturity. And you can see that additional of nitrogen. So here it's no nitrogen in 120 pounds of nitrogen per acre, and how that additional nitrogen application really more than doubled biomass during the growing season, especially later here in the season. So extremely important for plant growth. In grazing intensity, the recommendation is in the fall to have about 250 to 60 pounds of animal per acre, and in the spring could be 1.5 to 2 times greater than the fall. But like I mentioned before, overgrazing can result in several issues, including winter kill, lower spring forage, and lower grain yield. And so recommendation is going into the winter to have about 50% of that canopy cover and have about 60% of canopy cover late winter at termination. The reason for this is what I mentioned earlier. So then the wheat has enough canopy to continue doing photosynthesis, continue growing, and putting resources to continue producing its yield components or developing the yield components. And so an app, Canopel, can be used to give an estimation of canopy cover and help us to not harm so much yield due to severe grazing intensity. And so there is a research study that was conducted back in 2013 by Bucci and Dr. Edwards, in looking at the impact of grazing intensity on recovery and yield. And so basically what they did in this study was to simulate grazing at different heights, mowing the wheat at different heights. So here on the x-axis, we see no simulation, it was not mowed at all, and how the mowing height was reduced from 4.7 to 1.2 inches. The varieties they looked were fuller and overly. Many of you might be familiar with it, and they looked at different parameters during the study. And so what you can see here, that by reducing the mowing height, by intensifying that grazing, we see a reduction in fractional canopy closure, and we also see differences among varieties. And so this here emphasizes the difference among varieties in recovery from grazing. So some may tolerate better than others being grazed really hard. But overall, we see a reduction in canopy closure, in fractional canopy closure, by reducing that mowing height. And when we look at the solar radiation intercepted at a flowering, we also see a reduction of that with reducing mowing height. And so we reduce that light, the amount of light that is intercepted. And when we look at the fertile spikes per square meter, so fertile heads per square meter, we also see a reduction in that by reducing, especially here at this very low mowing height. And the asterisks here mean also difference among varieties. And so consequently, we see a difference in yield, a reduction in yield, and that is possibly likely due to the reduction in light interception, reduction in fertile spikelets, and how grazing too intensive affected the yield components and consequently yield. And so, like I mentioned before, grazing termination, we usually use first hollow stem stage but that should be used as an indicator of when we should terminate grazing. It is the growth stage that will occur just prior jointing, like I mentioned earlier. It's also when we have 1.5 centimeters of hollow stem below the developing head. And it is important to use this as an indicator because to remove the cattle from the pasture, because it does provide us, allows time for the crop to rebuild the canopy and continue putting resources to the yield components. And so we have seen that grazing past first hollow stem can cause a yield reduction of 1 to 5% per day, depending on the environmental conditions. And so extremely important for us to use this as an indicator, but keeping that in mind that it is an indicator that to terminate grazing, to give the crop enough time to rebuild the canopy from grazing, okay? And so variety selection, in characteristics, so when we go for a dual purpose wheat, there are several traits that we are interested on. One of them is forage yield potential, but I like to emphasize that forage, especially fall forage production, it's not the only factor. Actually, we have seen some cases that some varieties, they will produce a lot of forage in the fall, but they will not be able to sustain grazing. So they will not be able to recover from grazing. And so varieties will differ in the way they utilize resources with that limited canopy to recover from grazing. And so very important trait in a dual purpose system is the grain yield potential after grazing, that is to say, grazing recovery. So resistance to diseases and pest transmitted diseases such as Hessian fly, wheat curl mites, and wheat streak mosaic and barley yellow dwarf. High temperature germination sensitivity, coleoptile length, because usually when we plant earlier, we are planting in warmer temperatures. So very important traits for this system. First hollow stem date, so the later the first hollow stem is, more time we have for grazing. And a low soil pH tolerance, as pH can really affect our forage production. And so a question that I get all the time, it's why varieties differ in recovery from grazing. And so, like I mentioned here in previous slide, because varieties will differ in the way they utilize resources under that limited canopy growth. So some varieties, let's just say here, they will have a larger gas tank in reserves than others, or they will just be able to utilize resources better than others with that after that canopy being removed. And so also the way that varieties will allocate resources. So I believe that the recovery from grazing is associated with the ability of varieties to allocate the resources to more heads, to more grain sites, and to more grains per unit area rather than producing larger grains. One of the things that we have seen is the growth habit. It seems to be semi-erect, semi-prostrate, one of the growth habits that will maximize that light interception and provide that greater early season forage production, and the ability to conserve energy during early vegetative growth, which does sound very counterintuitive because we want a variety that has a good fall forage production, but also we don't want those varieties that will produce too much early in the season and burn out later on and not be able to recover from grazing. So it's something that our breeding programs need to balance when developing varieties that are able to recover from grazing or varieties adapted to a dual purpose system. So tailoring capacity, very important in time of first hollow stem. So later first hollow stem, but also a rapid initiation. So rapid growth of stem elongation right after cattle is being removed. And so very important traits here that we have seen to benefit our varieties in a dual purpose system. So as a take home, major factors that will affect our forage production: water, light, fertilization, and variety. Planting earlier and increasing seeding rate will provide that quicker canopy closure and more light that will be intercepted, consequently more forage that is produced. So we have multiple yield components or components affecting yield that are determined by first hollow stem, and grazing intensity is as important as grazing termination on the recovery and yield after grazing. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have. So thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on. I'm sure we'll have maybe a couple minutes for questions on the back end as well. But we are going to move on. Our next speaker is
I'll just stand here. So
Dr. Summer.
No, you stand up there.
Panhandle. If you guys are familiar with the old Rick Hogenauer position, he's kind of filling in that position. Our big agronomist taking care of the Panhandle region and all those challenges, focusing a little bit more on irrigation, but as you guys can see today, focusing on a lot of general agronomics out there, and he's going to talk to us today a little bit about corn ear flips.
thank you, Dr. Lofton. Reverse this way. All right, how do we slides? How do we flip slides here? Okay. This is on. Yep.
Either put it on your head or you can hold it.
Oh, there you go. All right. Thank you, Dr. Lofton. Good morning, everyone. So I'm glad I'm here today because in the Panhandle, yesterday was pretty rough. And been texting my friends and everybody over there, and by God's grace, everything's all right. So today I'll be talking about hows and whys of corn ear flaps, and we're good with okay. So the as Dr. Lofton mentioned, my primary area that I'm looking into is irrigation, but most of that irrigation work is right now going into corn because that's our most water guzzling crop in the Panhandle. But it's also one of the most successful crops in the mankind because the yield gains it has had over the years is one of the best among all the crops that we have grown. This data that we are looking at from 1930s to 2020s, corn has gained about 2%, on average 2% yield every year. And people started noticing it in early 1980s, and by 1990s and early 2000s, publications started coming out that, hey, with the noticing that yield improvements in corn with adjusting the planting density or row spacing adjustments. But overall, these studies were saying that you are increasing the planting density and you are also gaining the yield. So for some reason that the stress tolerance for competition of plant-to-plant competition in these varieties, the new varieties, is improving. And that's what's carrying forward the yield gains we are looking at as we are moving forward into the future. These improvements, what were responsible for these improvements? So Tolnar and Lee they highlighted 3 possible reasons, and one of them was genetic potential. So genetics were improving. Um, uh, 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 but genetics by itself are, they are not going to do any magic. Corn's best potential of the yield is when it's in the seed form in the seed bag. Once it gets out, the environment and how we manage it is going to determine how much it's going to yield. But the genetics actually improved the resource use efficiency of these new hybrids. And once they were, and that actually led to the general stress tolerance. So the plant to plant competition, it was managing it better. Dovik, he proposed that in overall improvement, genetics had about 75% of contribution into the corn's potential. But like I said, that it's not going to do it by itself. It will be tied with the environment it's growing in and how we are going to manage it. And it's actually the physiological processes these genetics are bringing in, which have helped in corn's adaptation to these increasing planting densities or improving the yields. And some of these has actually led into this thing that people notice, that corn is flexing, that it has plasticity. Whenever it is subjected to something, that it adjusts its growth, and its ability to adjust its growth, whether it is vegetative or reproductive, is what's driving what we are looking into the yield improvements or yield reduction in response to how we manage it or what kind of environment they're growing in. So the adjustments, like I said, it goes both ways. It can improve, it can reduce, and what we are focusing right now is how it adjusts the ear. And companies, when you go to, they will tell you the ear is fixed. They classify into 3 categories. It's going to be fixed, it's going to flex, or it's going to be intermediate, so semi-flex. And they can usually rate it from 1 to 9. 1 being the fixed, that means that the ear is stout. It's going to produce certain number of kernels, and it's going to do it for every plant. So the more plants you plant, the more yield you get. Flex is that it's going to adapt to the condition you're going to put into. You're going to give it better conditions, it's going to improve. You're going to put it in some adverse conditions, it's going to cut back that yield. So 1 being the fixed and 9 being the most flex. That's how the classification that's putting out. But what's responsible for this thing? But before we go into that, this I adopted from the Stolinar and Lee. So if we look into the reverse process, how the grain yield is impacted by the growth of corn plants. So we have the grain yield depending upon the dry matter accumulation, its potential, and the harvest index. So these guys, they put this together. So dry matter accumulation before silking, before the reproduction starts, depends upon the leaf area, how much leaf area you have put together, and how far is your plant flowering date from the planting. So how long is your vegetative period, and what's your potential of doing photosynthesis at that time. And the next one is the dry matter accumulation post silking. This is the one that's going to add to your kernel weight. And this also is that how much leaf area you have and how much of that is going to stay green during this period and keep performing photosynthesis, and for how long it's going to do it. And that depends upon the maturity of the hybrid, the length of the maturity of the hybrid. Harvest index, these guys, harvest index is how much, let me say it this way, there is agronomic definition, but there is this, so how much the photosynthesis that we are getting has been partitioned into the reproductive parts and the vegetative parts. So that's important at this point, because how much of that is going into kernel number and how much is going into kernel weight, it will depend upon the hybrids, and that's where some of the improvements have been seen. And what's the dry matter accumulation post silking? let me go back. Kernel number, and I have a slide for it. Kernel number, how many kernel numbers are going to be produced when it's silking? So when it's silking and it's performing photosynthesis, how much is that going to the ear? And kernel weight, once those kernel numbers are determined, how much of that post-silking photosynthesis are going to feed the kernels? First thing that they noticed is that leaf area. When you put corn in there, and the first thing that it's going to adjust itself is leaf area. These guys, they did a study and planted corn at 3 different planting densities. And they noticed that leaf tips, which is a number of leaves as how soon they come out, and leaf area, how it evolves as they're proceeding to the season and days of planting. So the leaf tips, the progression of the growth doesn't see any competition until about 45 days of growth, and after that, the plants start competing with each other. And they compete more if the planting density is higher. And then the same thing with leaf area. So leaf area starts doing around the same time, so they start competing. So when the plants are, in high density, they are adjusting how much they're going to accumulate in their dry matter in the vegetative parts. But that doesn't matter that if leaf area is declining, the leaf area is declining per plant, that doesn't matter that the light interception or overall leaf area index is declining. Number of plants are high, but each plant has lower leaf area. Because we have more plants per unit area, the leaf area index is higher, because that is leaf area index is leaf area per meter square. So you have more leaf area per square meter, you're intercepting more light, you're intercepting more photosynthesis you're going to perform. So the next thing that the plants there adjust is the canopy architecture. Corn is smart and it's adaptive to the changes that it experiences on itself. So the one thing is that these guys, this study that came out from Madoni shows that, let me say this way. So this is the corn row, and you have the plants are putting leaves out. If the leaf is oriented within the row, that's parallel. If it is oriented perpendicular to the row, that's perpendicular. Plant regularity is rectangularity is how far is one plant from the other within the row. So the closer the plants, the leaf perpendicular, the perpendicular leaves are going to increase. And and then the closer, and as soon as the plants are spaced apart from each other, the parallel leaves tend to increase. So corn knows what's going on and it knows how to adapt to it. And these are the tactics it uses to intercept as much light as it can, so that it can perform as much photosynthesis as it can, so that it can accumulate that dry matter during whether it's vegetative stage or whether it's going to be the reproductive stage, because it wants to, because everything that's driving is how much photosynthesis it's producing and how it's distributing them. This is a typical corn potential. So progress as we go. Like I said, the best potential corn has to produce is the maximum yield is when it's in the bag as a seed. Once it comes out and at emergence, the first thing that its yield will be determined by how much plants have emerged. So that's number of years you're going to have. By V6 all the factory of the corn plant has been determined. So that includes how many leaves it's going to do, the tassels, all the plant parts, ears have formed. And by V12, kernel rows per ear will be determined. And by R1, which is silking stage, the kernel number per ear, how many it will be, because at silking, that's when pollination is happening, how much pollination has happened will determine that how many kernels we will have on the ear. If pollination is good, we will probably have all the kernels filled by the end of the year. And if it is stressing at that time and it suffers, we will have barrenness, it's called. So you don't have all the kernels, you will have skips in that ear. And then after this thing, up to this point, the yield components like kernel rows or kernel number is what is and ears per unit area is going to determine the yield of the corn. But after silking, is the kernel weight is the only component that it can flex, and it will flex because it cannot put more kernels anymore. How does an ear flex? So it can, very simple, it can increase its cut, how many number of rows it's going to put it, 18, 20, 22, 16, 14, length, how long the length of those rows will be, and then kernel depth. Once that silking is done, how much photosynthesis is going to perform, and how much those photosynthesis are going to get into those kernels. But if we know these things, some of the questions that when I was doing literature review, some of the questions that I was coming across, if corn knows how to adapt, how far we can push it that it can still retain its adaptability. So you have competition early on, and if you remove that competition at certain stage, does it still hold that adaptability? And if it does, how much? And how does the maturity impacts the flexibility of a corn's ear flex? And 82-day or 98-day versus 120-day, because the shorter the maturity, the shorter time it has to fill those kernels and make those decisions to adjust its growth. And then how does the early stress is going to impact the ear flex? So one example I can give you is that when it is planted close, it already is competing with its peers. You remove that competition, that stress, but to add some additional stress, how is that going to impact the flexibility of corn yield? So I had 3 studies that I came across that I will be presenting today, and the first one will be the first question that I asked, that the yield flexibility by growth stage. So this guy from Dr. Lucas Haig from Kansas State University conducted this study that he was evaluating the ability of corn plants to compensate for reductions in stand. So they planted the crop, and I'll go into that in detail next slide. But they did it in Central and North Great Plains. The original idea of this research was that you have corn planted, and then you have hailstorm, and your plants have reduced. So they were trying to find out the corn's plasticity of adjustment, how it impacts the yield, and how they can use it for the insurance rates. So they did this in Garden City in Kansas and Prosper town in North Dakota. They planted 36,000 plants per acre in Garden City and 34 plants per acre in Prosper. The one in Garden City was irrigated, and it was about 113 days. And the one planted in Prosper was dried in about 82 days of maturity. And they thinned the plant at 4 different crop growth stages. They thinned they reduced the population, and they did it by hand at V5, V8, V11, and V14. and they reduced the population by to 3 levels. 25%, they took 25% plants out of the population. They took 50%, they took 75% out of the population. And the results they were getting, the first thing that I want to show is the yield, how yield it adjusted. So in both places, the yield declined with the plant numbers. So whether it's V5, V8, or V11, V14, when you reduce 75%, take out 75% of the plants, your yield plummets. You get the reduction in yield is slightly less for 50 when you take 50% out, but if you just take 25% out, that the rest of the 75% are actually going to be close to the control. So this is 25. So I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that. So the blue ones are 25, 50 is orange, and 75% reduction was 75 reduction was here, the gray ones. So you take 25% of the plants out, cone can still compensate the yield and can match the control where no reduction was happening. But eventually, by V14, if you do this at that later stage, the yield's going to suffer. The same thing was observed at Prosper, but it did not compensate for the yield. Even if you take only about 25% out of the field, and the reason that could be that they did not have, it's 82 days from silking to maturity. It has less number of days to put to compensate the yield through the photosynthesis it's going to perform. They looked into the yield components in Garden City. From this slide, the white, as I mentioned, is control. Kernels per unit year didn't vary much from the control. Whether you reduce it by 25, whether you take 25, 50, or 75% plants out of the field. There was no significant difference they found in Prosper site as well, except for one at V5 when they took it out, and there was significant decrease in the kernel number per year. But overall, the kernel number declined per year when you take take more plants out. It doesn't matter how many at what stage that you take the plants out. Next one is the kernel weight. So this is control, and this is from Garden City. You can see the kernel weight actually was improving when you take more plants out of the field. So 75% and 50% actually they had more space to grow, and they put most of those photosynthase into the kernel in comparison to 25%. In comparison, if you just take 25% plants out, didn't see much kernel weight increase in the Prosper site. And again, like I said, that it could be, and that's what the authors speculated, that the shorter duration crops, their growth stages are suppressed. They have less time to make those decisions and adjust. So that's what we speculate is happening. And then year per plant, no difference in year per plant they noticed in Garden City. But once you take 75% plants out from that Prosper, that short maturity crop, plants tend to produce more than 1 year. So that's another tactic that they were using in Prosper to flex their muscle. Overall, yield per plant actually increases. You take out that competition, and the plant uses all that opportunity to produce as much yield as it can. but we saw in the first slide that the overall yield decreased. So despite that yield per plant was increasing, the overall yield decreased because our planting density was lower. And if it was a flex, it was at 25% reduction that it was able to match the control. The Prosper side, the yield increased in comparison to control only when you take plants, reduce the population at V5 stage. And of course, these gray bars, which represent the 75% reduction in the plants, were producing greater yield per plant. This is in Prosper. So, in summary, these results showed that it's actually not the kernel number; it's the kernel weight that is helping with the yield compensation. If you reduce the competition among the plants, and the more competition you reduce, the yield per plant tends to increase, but eventually you don't have enough plants to support that overall yield. The next question was maturity. How maturity impacts the ear flex? So this was a recent study conducted by DeSalvo. What he did, he took data from Nebraska, Arkansas, and Kentucky cone performance data. And most of the early maturing were rain-fed, and he divided them into early maturing and late maturing. Most of the early maturing were rain-fed and the late maturing were irrigated. And their objective was to evaluate the yield stability. So stability, by stability, how much it stays on course and does it flex either backwards or forwards. But how did they do it? So they developed an environmental index. So what they did, they took mean of yield of a location across all the hybrids, and then they divided that mean to the grand mean of all the locations across all hybrids. And they had environmental index for 1 location, 2 location, 3 location, and then they regressed all the hybrid yield data they had against this number. So it was a linear regression. I didn't put the graph on it, but the numbers from the graphs were more useful. So it's a line, right? And it's going to intercept somewhere on the y-axis, which is yield. That intercept is telling us the average for those hybrids across the environments they were growing. And then the slope of that is how slope of that line is going to be how it's improving, or let's say just improving as the environmental index is getting better or getting bigger. And the root mean square error is the predicted yield and how much the actual yield is deviating from the predicted yield. So intercept told us the average yield. So the late maturing varieties, whether it's Arkansas, Kentucky, or Nebraska, were putting more yield than the early maturing varieties. Slope, they were more responsive to the environment. So if the environmental condition gets better, they are going to flex and they're going to do a better job in producing more yield components. And this is late maturing varieties. But when it comes to the stability, the how much it deviates, it's the error or root mean square error, the index they're using to determine it was lowest for early maturing varieties. So the early maturing varieties were more stable, and in comparison to the late maturing varieties. So the bigger the maturity, the the more capability of flexing, and it can go both ways. They also did another study that was from population versus maturity. So they had an early and late maturity variety, and they planted them at 7.8 plants per meter square and 10 plant per meter square. So 7.8 plant per meter square is roughly around 32,000 plants per acre. And that's 100,000 plants divided by 2.5. That's around 40,000 plants per acre for 10 plants per meter square. They didn't find any yield differences among these two, but the average yield did differ. And of course, I'm repeating what I saw in the last slide, that late maturity was doing better. The kernel numbers they looked at, so last, and this one is kernel number per meter square. So it's not kernel per year. So as you increase the plants, it's obvious that the kernel numbers are going to increase. But for 7.8 plant per meter square in early maturing, this was significantly higher. And for both cases was significantly higher for for 40,000 or 10 plants per meter square, or 40,000 plants per acre population. The kernel weight is same way. You reduce the plant population, the kernel weight tends to increase in comparison to if you have more plants in that growing in that area. Kernel numbers per year didn't have any difference, so I didn't put that data. So they didn't vary across maturity or planting population. Eventually, the third one that I mentioned, that plants are competing with themselves. You take that one competition out, try to put another, that stress, or you want to say, put another stress on them. And one stress that you can put is water. And we did this small pilot study in Oklahoma Panhandle. And we tried to put this water stress on plants and see if it yields its yield flexes. So what we did, we wanted to, the overall objective is that if we can adjust our agronomics with a little bit reduced irrigation, can we grow profitable corn in that area? So that's the overall objective of what we are doing. But that data is going to also give us a chance to see if the yield components are affected by it. So what we did, it was in the Oklahoma Panhandle Research and Extension Center. We had 4 different hybrids because there was a task program going on, and we were seeing that hybrids were responding differently to different management. So we took 4 different hybrids, and they were all in the ballpark of same maturity. 3 of them were 113, and 1 was 117 days. And we planted them at 24,000, 28,000, and 32,000 plants per acre. And we subjected them to 3 irrigation regimes. So we gave them 60% of ET replacement until week 10. That was the first time, and then first treatment. And after week 10, we started giving it all the water that it needed. The second one was we gave it 80% of what its water requirements, and started giving it 100%. We gave it 100% of the third one is we just gave it whatever it needed. So used a Maisonette's irrigation planner. The total irrigation for 60% treatment was 16.5, 80% about 17.5, and the last one, which received all full water, received about 19 inches of irrigation. During this season, this was the first season, it's just, we received about 13 inches of rainfall during the growing season this year, which was, I liked it because that area, it rains north of there, it rains south of there, but it doesn't rain there. I was happy. So we these were long rows, but we harvested only about 10 feet of those 2-row plots. We did everything by hand, shelled the cone by hand, and counted the kernel number and kernel weight. The yield, if I looked at hybrid and population, did not uh, impact it. They didn't have any statistical significance on it. Water was the one that was determining it. So I was able to pool it across hybrid and population. So 60% in that area, the 60% of those plants which received 60% were yielded significantly lower bushels per acre than the ones which received 80 or 100 percent irrigation. Kernel number we did, don't go by the differences or look at the number that it's just starting from 600 to 680. So the overall difference is not that big. Just the Dynagrow, the variety that we had was significantly lower than the others, so be it genetics channel or Midland genetics. So they were actually getting close to each other. The next one was the kernel weight. So 4 hybrids, each hybrid showed that from the population, when you increase the population, the kernel weight tends to decline as you have more plants to compete for the resources. And in this case, it's light. And so, and the blue line is 60% irrigation, the orange is 80, and gray one is 100%. So in any case, wherever the irrigation status was, the kernel weight was tended to decline, and this decline was, as visually you can see, the least for channel, and there was an anomaly in Midland genetics that actually increased the kernel weight as to increase the population. So each hybrid was responding differently, and we hope we will have more data in coming years. This was just a pilot study, and it was replicated only 2 times. So what I can see is that next year I'll be elevating the replication, so I have more statistical power to play with. And finally, so what we learned from all these studies so far is that is the first study, the take home from first study was that cone retains its flexing capabilities up to individual plants. Even if you reduce its population or gets the competition out of the way, up to V11, V14 growth stages. Kernel weight is the major contributor to the yield flex. So it's not the kernel number, it's the kernel weight. So post-silking photosynthesis and light interception and the greenness that plants keeps is very important if we are going to realize that maximization of the yield. Maturity of corn, it tends to impact the flexing capabilities. So the shorter maturity, early maturing varieties have lower window, smaller window to adjust or adapt or to do photosynthesis, to put all those photosynthesis in the kernel post silking. It hampers its flexing capabilities. Individual plants, they do exhibit the yield gains, but overall it's the planting density again that's going to determine it, the overall yield, and eliminating the population stress and introducing water stress does not suppress cone's flexing capability, at least not the kernel weight. So with that, I'd just like to say thank you, and Dr. Warren helped me plant this this trial, and our staff actually helped me in shelling the corn and hand harvesting it and counting those kernel numbers. I forgot to post these photographs, but this is how 32,000 population looked like at 60% at V7. And it actually, this is 32,000 at 60% treatment, and this is 28,000 at 100%. So they not only flex the yield components, but they flex their growth as well. So this data I didn't collect, but from next year onwards, once we have some confidence that we can see some yield significant differences, we will start collecting biomass, leaf area, and light interception data, all sort of good stuff. So thank you, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Any questions for Summer?
No, no, we did not. Usually what we see is the mites. So, but we took care of it. We sprayed for them just before we were starting to get into the reproductive stages. But other than that, didn't see any borer or any kind of moth over there. So that this year for corn was pretty good. The producers over there clocked some of the best yields. Like I said, we received about 13 inches of rainfall during the growing season. That was actually coupled with the temperatures that we had in that area. So from last week of June to like to about second week of July, the temperatures were below average or below 80 for many days. And we didn't actually see 100+ days until we got into August. So 1 year of data, I have seen this, but this year, but it was a good year. We don't know how it's going to pan out next year with all this dryness and everything going on in that area. So this data provides us the evidence, but it needs to be done over multiple years. I guess I said more things about the question than I was asked.
Okay, give someone a round of applause. See if I can actually get this thing attached to my head. I don't think I need one of these, but kind of helps stop my echo, I guess if it will. And I think Brian decides to do these Zoom sessions. He does know this thing moves around, but you guys know that you've heard me talk that a good agronomist is like what? A good Baptist preacher. I usually can get back to those back rows and get some interaction, but we'll try to stay up here if we will, just so the folks at home can see us. Well, it's a good thing to be back in person. I enjoy seeing everybody around again, considering we were online last year. And if you check your notes, this was supposed to be a little bit different of a topic, but based on the year we had and the data we got over the last course of the year, I decided to change this topic up a little bit and talk about managing late season stress in soybean. I figure a lot of folks that work in soybean probably kind of dealt with this year, and so I thought it was a good topic to cover. Do I need to see Brian? Doesn't like anybody, and that's okay. Not a lot of people do like me, so it's okay. Yeah.
It's because we're still doing technology here in almost 2022 now, so. So how's everybody doing this morning? Everybody good? You guys came to Stillwater and it rained last night. So if you guys go ahead and stay again another night, get another rain, that'd be appreciated. No? Not enough. That's why I'm asking everybody to stay one more night. You know, if we got 1/10 of an inch tonight, get another 10. You know what? We might be counting something now. All right, so we're gonna go into this, and so soybeans have been expanding over Oklahoma in the last several years, and actually Jason and Dr. Taylor are going to have some good information you guys will see a little bit later that talks about, you know, how much soybean acres have changed over the last year and decades. So you'll have to just trust me until this afternoon when he comes on. But whenever you talk to folks about why, and you know, we've done soybean production meetings in counties that we never thought we'd do soybean meetings in for, and when you ask folks, the growers, the educators, consultants, why, a lot of them point to varieties. You know, the varieties have just gotten better. We have better material to work with. Some of the breeders have been able to breed in some of those stress mechanics that we can utilize. Our production systems is kind of one that we hang a lot of our hat on, switching from more conventional till to having more minimum or no till kind of adds that residue on, which helps with one of the biggest issues we have in soybeans. Herbicide production systems, being able to, until these last couple years, get a nice cheap herbicide across that can handle some of our weeds have been one. But then I think we've just gotten better. We've been dealing with soybeans. We've had trial and error. We've made some mistakes. We've grown along the way. So we've just gotten better at managing soybean and what you would call these fringe soybean acres here in the Southern Great Plains. That's not to say with these expanding acres, there aren't challenges. There are challenges, and there's always going to be challenges. Soybean, of course, is grown in the summer C3 crop. So we're always going to be met with these list of challenges that we're going to need to overcome. Some people think Oklahoma has more of them. And it's really to a perspective on what you consider a challenge. And preparing for this, I was actually watching a video by Sean Conley. He's a soybean specialist up in Wisconsin, and he was talking about how hard their July was. It was 90 degrees and they only got 2 inches of rain. To me, I told Brian, I was like, that sounds like a great July. But, you know, for him, that was stress, and that stressed their beans up there. So all the stress is just on a perspective basis, and it's not new. We've had the same stress, but as we expand those acres, they become a little more evident. We always have had things like drought stress and heat stress and insect stress, but as we move them a little further west, maybe a little bit further south, maybe they come up a little bit earlier. Maybe they happen at different growth stages than what we typically get in our more traditional soybean acres. So we're going to see stress, and that's a challenge we just have to overcome. From a management and an agronomic perspective, there's two really big issues, or two really big times where we need to manage that stress and need to be really keen on our management. That's planting. I've talked about planting the last couple of times at winter crop school, so we're not going to talk about planting. But what we are going to talk about is that later reproductive growth, kind of when we're going through those very critical soybean production stages on late in the season. So if I say the word stress and soybean, what's the number one stress that you would kind of come to your mind? Water. Environmental, you know, moisture stress, heat stress, something like that. And that's kind of where we'll go first is that moisture stress, because it is often on the top of everybody's mind. So right here, this is how much evapotranspiration we get in soybean systems. Basically, you can think about this as how much water does a soybean plant need throughout its life cycle. One of the biggest places we need water is to germinate. We need about half of that seed weight in water to get that thing up out of the ground. Once we get that thing up out of the ground and it starts to get root, as long as we have good soil moisture, we typically are okay throughout vegetative growth. Actually, it's better for us to get a little bit of moisture stress during vegetative growth. That way our beans don't just get really big and we have to sustain all that biomass throughout the year. What we really see a peak in is when we get into that rapid vegetative growth, and then when we get into flowering. Flowering is when we typically need the most moisture throughout the season, typically need around 1/4 to 1/3 of an inch of water a day. So, and then once we get above that peak and on the back end during our seed fill, we don't need as much water. We're still looking at like 1/10 to 1/4 inch of moisture a day. It's not as much, but it's still very evident. But what I kind of put down there on the bottom is that while our peak water demand is right at flowering, and we often will see moisture stress in Oklahoma at that time, it's easy to see stress, but it's easier for the plant to recover from said stress. If we have a short-term stress duration, we get a rain on the back end, we can recover. So while the stress is high, the yield loss potential can be fairly low, okay? What we do is when we get into seed fill, while our moisture stress potential is lower, we don't need as much water per day. So having just a little bit of water will carry us a lot longer than it will at peak flower. What we see is the plant's ability to recover from moisture stress is a lot lower at that point in time. We just don't have the ability to kind of wrap back around and recover from that. And we've actually seen that. And so we have to ask the question of what happens to the plant, and in turn, what happens to yields. And so we had a student here a couple of years ago looking at short-term moisture stress. Her trial was actually in the growth chamber. So this is in the growth chamber. What we're looking at is the y-axis is main stem versus branch pods. And this is end of season pods. So this is right at harvest. And what this is a difference. So a 22, what we have on our untreated check or our plant that got no moisture stress throughout the season would mean that there are 22 more pods on the main stem than there are on the branches, okay? When you go negative, that means that there are more branch pods than there are main stem pods, and by the number specified on the graph. So where we don't have any stress, we have these good main stem pods, which that's kind of what we want, because I know you guys have been waiting. I can tell you how we grow better soybeans. You got your pen? Mike, you got it? We need more seeds to get higher yield. That's the information y'all have been waiting for 2 days now. Did everybody write that one down? Seeds equal yield. Okay. In turn, what we do is typically pods equal more seeds equal yield. It's not entirely true. We can have a lot of one bean pods and just not got a whole lot of seed. But the other side of the fraction is we can have a whole lot of 4 and 5 bean pods and that not get us any more good quality seeds because they're taking away more other pods. But we need more seeds to get more yield. In turn, we need more pods. Seed weight is important, but it's not as important. But we can't forget about that. And then when we look conceptually at it, our seeds are typically better on the main stem. We typically get bigger seeds and we typically get more 2 and 3 bean pods than on the branches, which are typically smaller beans, and we get more 1 and 2 bean pods on our branches. So we want main stem, but we need to think about branches as well. When we get stress at R2, so we're talking peak flower, so that was where our peak water demand is. What we've done is we've started to move some of our pods off that main stem and we've moved them to our branches. Our branches are able to capture some of the pods that we will abort due to the short duration stress we get on the main stem. So we lost about 10 pods on the main stem, threw them on the branches. Similar thing is where we're starting to set pods at R3. We're taking some of those pods that haven't started growing yet. We terminate those. We're going to set those back on the branches. It's fine. We will recover those. Typically within this stress period, our total pod number doesn't actually significantly change. We typically get about the same amount of pods if we see stress at this period, and yield in turn was not affected by this. It's when we get this later stress, this R5 stress, what we've seen is we've gone negative now. So we now have more pods on the branches than we do on the main stem, okay? R5 and R6, unfortunately, this is not a redistribution of pods because we collected these as harvestable pods, pods that have seeds in it that are measurable weight and size, not things that'll get kicked out on the combine. So what we did is we actually saw more pods on the branches that are starting to move towards the branches, but they weren't able to finish. So we are putting more pods on the branches. We're moving that around. But at this point in time, when we move those pods around, they don't have enough time to grow a seed and finish at the end of the year. So at this point in time, we're starting to see some yield decline associated with it. By the time we get to R7, it's kind of a little tricky number. We just lost a whole lot of pods. We just didn't have a whole lot of pods left. And so we had more main stem than branches, but whenever you have 7 pods, it doesn't matter how many more you have on the main stem than the branches, you still only have 7 pods, okay? So this was in the growth chamber, and so you might say, well, how does that look in the field? And we have that in the field. We did that this year. We looked at a couple of different varieties across the state of Oklahoma, and we looked at how they handled not only being planted at different areas, but also how the stress made some of their characteristics change based on where they're planted. This was at the Perkins Research Station down, or the Cimarron Valley Research Station down in Perkins. And what I did is I didn't give you varieties, and that's for a purpose. I want you guys to start not looking at variety numbers, but the characteristics, because the characteristics are what you're buying. You're not buying the variety number, you're buying the characteristics. These companies nowadays aren't going to put out a soybean plant that doesn't have yield potential. It's now what characteristics work for you. So that blue line's a late 4, I think it was a 4.8, indeterminate, medium tall, moderate branching potential. Okay, that's how we're going to go. The orange one's a mid group 4, it's a 4.6, indeterminate, tall, slightly branching. The gray one's a maturity group 5, indeterminate, medium tall, low branching. The next 2, the group 5s, actually the companies didn't give the branching potential. We actually called the companies and asked, and they said, we just don't have that information yet. It's a new variety. So what we did is we looked at how many pods were distributed on the branches at the end of the season and made our judgment call based on our other varieties that we looked at. And the yellow is a group 5 indeterminate medium height and a full branching. It is a full bush bean variety, had a lot of branches. So when we look this top graph, and I will specify this is at a lower population. We'll see a graph here in a minute that looks at the yield of this. This is in a low population, 93,000 plants per acre, not seeds, plants per acre on this one. So what we see is that top graph is total plant reproductive structures. What we did is we collected plants from the field, and me and my students went through and counted every flower and every pod and everything on that plant. So we're looking at total reproductive structures. We see here that generally as we matured, we went down in reproductive structures. If you've worked in soybeans, that's not unfamiliar with you. We typically start off with 400 or 500 flowers, and we just won't make that many flowers to pods to seeds. So we're generally getting a decline in reproductive structures as we mature. When we look in the main stem, which is the graph to the bottom left, yes, that is our main stem. It follows that same general trend that we're just losing things throughout the year, okay? Who grew soybeans this year? Okay, so R5 was the 3rd week of July. We got a rain. What happens after that 3rd week of July? We went hot and very dry. R6 was the 1st week of September. Okay? So on the branches is where we got good movement this year. What happens to our branchy varieties? We redistributed pods. So we continued to lose, but then when we got that big stress, we got an increase in our reproductive structures on the branches, while we were losing them on the main stem. On our non-branching varieties, we just still continued to see that gradual decline in reproductive structures. I will tell you, we counted structures. That's not to say those structures made, but you can see that redistribution at that point in time. Probably at R5, probably not going to make at that point in time, but on a year that maybe that happened at R4, R5, we could potentially make those. So our branching happened, that big stress period was able to redistribute those pods and throw those on those branches. So let's look at yield, because that's kind of really what matters. Same varieties there out the bottom, same structure we have here. Low population, 93,000, like I said, high population, 130,000 plants per acre. Okay, so that first one, that group 5 was our one that just did not have that branching potential. And what we saw is that a low population, it didn't do very good. That's to be expected. If you don't have branches, you aren't able to take advantage of those spaces. When we planted at the high population, it actually yielded very similar to our other varieties. And what we did see is a significantly higher yield at the high compared to the low. The other one that had a big significant yield difference was the one over on the left. Late group 4, moderate branching potential. At the low population, was able to capture some of that yield back on the branches, benefited from the low population, was our highest yielding variety. Okay, we didn't actually see on that branching group 5, it actually redistribute pods, and we're successfully in making those, but we did on that group 4. Still something we're kind of trying to figure out based on some of our end of season measurements. So when we look at environmental stress, too often I think we get into this mentality that we have heat and dry conditions and we just can't do anything about it. You know, we have to just know that it's coming. That's not entirely true. We can manage it, but it's not managing it like a cause and effect. It's not like a fertility prescription that you can write and say, I need nitrogen, here's more nitrogen, take my nitrogen. Right? It's more of a management of risk. Remember, we want main stem pods. But what we can do with branching is if we know that heat and dry is coming, we can use those branching and potentially lower plant populations to scavenge some of that yield that we will lose during those hot and dry conditions. Because when we redistribute those are going to be later pods. So they're going to be forming and growing in much better conditions, hopefully in a September that rains and that is 80 or 90 degrees. This year it wasn't as friendly on those kind of things, but it is a balancing act and you're managing risk more than anything. You want the main stem, but branches kind of help you in those situations to where you know risk and you know those stresses are coming. Okay. And I say that a lot of people say, well, I just want my high yielding pods. Do high yielding pods, are they high yielding if they don't make? No. I mean, you can have 90 good looking main stem pods, but if they don't put beans, they're not very high yielding at that point in time. Okay. So while we want more main stem pods, we need to look at our branches, especially in our really dry, hot conditions that we get in some of our systems. So there's more than environmental stress to think about late season though. Okay. Pests are one of the things that when I got here to Oklahoma, we don't have a whole lot of seasonal pests in soybeans. Right? Brian, I think I went and told you that and you laughed at me my first year here. Mr. Vincent looking at his phone there. Brian, but yeah, so late season insects are one, and as we continue to expand our acres, we're starting to see more and more of those insects coming in. Pod feeders are the ones we're really focused on late season. Worms, pod worms are going to be a thing. Dr. Royer talked a little bit about worms yesterday and how to manage it. We see those are more of a transient type pest. Some years we have them bad, some years we don't have them. But stink bugs are ones that we're going to have every year. I'm convinced now that if you have soybeans, you probably have a stink bug in your field every year. Okay, so it's one of those things. Stink bugs also what we focus on our trials because they do a lot more damage than just typically what they feed. So they do have those piercing and sucking mouth parts. So they put that proboscis in. They go and extract the nutrients and carbohydrates that are in those seeds. So whenever we dry naturally, you get kind of a sunken spot in, and we get more of those shriveled seeds. Can be a secondary disease pathway. Also, heavy infestations can lead to some more just termination of the beans or of the pods, which then in turn leads to those things that we call that green bean or green stem syndrome, to where we have these photosynthates, we have all these sugars, and we have really no place to put them, and therefore a harvest can be challenging. Again, pests aren't the only thing. You know, oftentimes it's that last thing we think about, those pests out there. Once I control those pests and I go into R7, I'm physiologically mature, I've made my crop, right? Who's heard me on Sunup say more than one time, a crop's not made until it's in the bin, right? Because I like to say there's two different types of yield out there. We have yield potential, which is if I take that plant, what yield does it have on that plant? And then we have realized yield, what we actually get into the grain bin, okay? Those can be two very different things, and we still can lose a lot of yield later in the season. Harvest in Oklahoma, I understand, can be very challenging. I feel that challenge. I don't have the acres to harvest that most of you do, but I have a lot of miles to travel between my fields, right? So sometimes we just can't get to the field to take those soybeans out. Maybe we have other things going on. You might have to pick corn, cotton, milo, you got soybeans, cattle to move around. I got wheat to plant. That's just professionally. You also got fairs, county fairs. Maybe you got a 4-H project, something else. So there's a lot of things fighting for time especially during that harvest season. So it can be one of those things that can be very challenging. And then weather is not as unpredictable as it is in April and May, but September and October weather can be very, very challenging. We can get those years to where it's just dreary and rainy and hot, and it's just, you want to get something out, but you just never can get anything accomplished, right? And then what we have is we have more decisions than just harvest. We have a lot of folks putting out desiccation nowadays that we have to delay for. And those make challenges because then I'm predicting 14 days out after I put a paraquat application. Now I need to go figure out when I need to put paraquat out that I can wait 14 days and still have good harvest conditions. And so the question is, with all these things moving around, how long can soybeans stay in the fields and maintain yields during this time of year? And does management that we do later in the season, does it actually alter how long we can let them sit in the field? So actually, Anna Zander, well, not her name anymore, but Anna Zander, one of my students, looked at that as part of her dissertation work, looking at what we endeared the weathering trial, basically like you have an equipment out in the field and it weathers over time if you just leave it in the conditions. Same thing, plants do the same thing. What we have here is two different treatments. One, we have an insecticide treatment. So where we have the term R5, those are those blue bars, that's where we controlled whatever insects were out there via economic thresholds through R5. So that's right at pod filling. Once we moved away from part R5, so R5.5, we no longer manage those for insects. Okay, and then we have a second one where we manage insects all the way through R7. So that's physiological maturity. Okay, and then what we have is three different harvests. Timely, so right as soon as we reached maturity. Then what we did is we counted 14 days after maturity and harvested again. And then we counted 14 days after that second harvest and harvested a third time. We had these at Perkins and at Bixby. Both of those have the potential to irrigate. So we ensured there was a ½ inch of moisture via either rainfall, some years ice, snow, or irrigation that went on those beans between each of the harvest dates. Okay. Otherwise, these were dry land trials. No irrigation applied, but we did use that irrigation to simulate a weather system coming through in between these individual harvests. Okay, so this first year, what we see is this is Perkins 2019. We see that just this overall general decline in yield as we delay harvest. Expected. The fortunate thing is that if we did control pests until R7, so through physiological maturity, we actually significantly didn't move that yield. We didn't see a numerically change, but significantly, which is what we have to go with, we did not see that move. We did see by 28 days where we didn't have those late season insecticide applications, we did significantly decrease yield. And what we saw here is between that 14 and that 28 days, I think we lost about, I think it was about a ½ bushel per acre per day. So if you think 14 days, ½ bushel per acre per day, you're starting to walk up towards that 10 bushel loss just by waiting, having that combine not hit that field in 14 days. So we're seeing pretty substantial yield declines. Same year, Bixby, same setup, insecticide, blue and orange for the R5 and R7. Timely 2-week delay and 4-week delay, or 14 and 28 day delay. This is a little more complicated than the other graphs. We aren't going to do the other years because they get a lot more complicated as we go. But what we see is in both Bixby. So we're talking a lot wetter conditions, eastern side of the state. We didn't have to irrigate. We actually got on average about 2 inches of precipitation between our harvests. We actually barely made that 4-week delay before it turned into a 5-week delay because we just couldn't get the combine across the field. So indifferent on insecticide treatment, you lost yield by that 28 days. Leaving those soybeans out for 28 days, you saw a significant decrease in yield. The interesting thing is kind of where it came from now. So it took that 28 days for our soybeans to lose yield where we applied to R7. It took only that first 14 days where we didn't control insects late season. Okay, so we lost a significant amount of yield within the first 14 days of maturity, where we didn't apply those insecticides later into the season. It took those 28 days for where we did. So where's that loss from? So we called this the weathering trial because I did this in Louisiana, and a lot of folks have done this, is because generally speaking, in a lot of other soybean producing territories, that loss comes from degradation, whether it be from a disease or something kind of weathering those beans away. We didn't actually get that quite as much in Oklahoma. We got more the weathering of the seed pods. And if you guys don't know, go out whenever it's harvest time, and every time we get a dew and that dew dries, and then we get a dew and that dew dries, and we get a dew and that dew dries, that's just shrinking that pod every single time. So shattering was our big loss mechanism. That's where we lost a bulk majority of. Perkins, we saw, go from a timely with no shatter, virtually no shatter, about 10 to 15% shatter at 14 days. Remember that only that insecticide, no treatment, saw a yield, or didn't even see a yield decline there. Where we saw the yield decline was at 28 days, and that's where we had nearly 60% shatter loss. So pretty substantial shatter loss. And that was even pre-harvest. That wasn't even header loss. That was shatter loss in the field before the combine even showed up that day. Okay. Bixby was not as big, but it did have that significance. We did get about that 10% shatter loss at 14 days and up to a 20% shatter loss on the 28 days. However, when you just have a lot more pods and a lot more seeds out there, a little bit of shatter, 60 pod shatter might not be as much percentage-wise whenever you have the yield that the Bixby location does get, but it was significant, and that was kind of, if you relate those to yield, that was pretty highly related to yield and yield loss at that point. So just some take-home thoughts to leave you with. Management for late season is critical for soybeans. We can't pull the truck out when we get pods out there. I was watching a video the other day that a guy was talking how he doesn't like to count pods because, don't like to estimate yield by counting pods. They have all those big things where they go out, they count all your pods and they estimate your yield. And he said he just looks like a fool most of the time. If you don't manage, you're going to also look like a fool if you look out there and you have all these pods and you say, I got 60 bushel yield potential, I'm going to put it to the house. You just can't do that. We have to continue to manage pods and in turn seed number, because pods are a little easier to measure out in the field during the course of the year. Does equal yield. Seed weight does matter. We have those main stems are better seeds and better pods than the branches. But if you're losing main stem and you're capturing at least 75% of that from the branches, you're winning in the end. Okay. If your seeds are a little light, but you got a lot more seeds, that's going to be a win in the end from the yield perspective. So what we have to do is we got to think about as we do management late season, especially this environmental stress that oftentimes growers tell me I can't manage for environmental stress. You can, because you just got to manage for maintaining or increasing those pod and seed numbers. If that means lowering your seeding rate, having and making sure you have a good branching variety to make sure we have the best chance. I'm not going to say every year it's going to happen, but we have the best chance to redistribute those pods. That's still management. That is late season management you're doing at planting. Okay. Stink bugs are a problem. If you grow stink bug, or if you grow soybeans, or you work with growers that grow soybeans and they say stink bugs are not a problem, you need to inform them stink bugs are a problem. They're in our field yearly. The problem is when they get at that near threshold. We're looking at our thresholds right now and kind of reevaluating our threshold. Stink bugs need to be managed at least until R6. R7 is a risk because your return on investment, I don't know if you're going to get it once that plant is mature. R7 is physiological mature, so we have that yellow plant out with those harvest mature pods. You're probably looking more at managing pod and seed integrity and quality at that point. Probably not as much yield, but R6 needs to be a hard minimum. And if you get really big populations at R7, you need to think. And then timely harvest is key. Soybeans can't stand in the field like some of our other summer crops can. If you got corn to harvest and you got beans to harvest, you probably need to cut the beans. They're the ones that'll go down the fastest. Corn usually is pretty strong, strong variety. The balance is where I've got losing moisture, and I got wheat to plant, and I got soybeans to harvest. My opinion, I'm not a wheat person per se, if you will. You know, my blog is everything but wheat. But whenever you look at that, you've already made the soybean crop. So I would prefer to get that out of the field before you go into the wheat. But if you got a grazing scenario, something like that, that is going to have to be a balance. So you probably need to get out the napkin and a pen and look at price of beans, price of wheat, price of cattle, and go about it that way. That needs to be kind of a decision tree that I can't make for you right now. That needs to be made with you and your farmers a little bit later on a year in, year out basis. So with that, I know we got down a little bit in the weeds. I just wanted to leave you guys with this was a late October picture of one of our bean plots over in Perkins. So remember when I told you it got at least a ½ inch of moisture? One time it was that. That was 2020. Remember, it could be worse. So with that, I'll answer any questions. I know we're getting close on time. Yeah, so talking about the late season fungicide, the question is what you have out there. A lot of people have spots and they put fungicide out because they have spots. Alternaria, you know, is one of our biggest disease that we see late season. Don't really have a good answer for that because, you know, a lot of our fungicides are not great on Alternaria. Cercospora, the same thing. I can't respond on all of the array. We actually had a fungicide treatment the first time when we did this, and it never gave us a yield impact. I have had other fungicide trials where we looked at insecticide, parent insecticide and fungicide trials when the best time was, and we did see that kind of that R5, R6 is our best case scenario, but it's not going to be universal across the board. And as you see from a seed quality, we typically don't have that bad a seed quality to think about it from a seed quality perspective. So the yield is going to be in flux. If you have some diseases that kind of call for it, it's probably one that is good to make, especially where soybean prices are right now. But you kind of have to do that napkin math to see from a seed quality, because we only get every once in a while those years that have really bad quality. From what we've seen, our stink bugs and that secondary disease, so we get that stink bug puncture, and then Alternaria can come into those pods and get those black speckles on the pods. We have seen that cause a big issue, but we can't really manage for that at that point. So fungicides are important. We see them about once every 4 or 5 years gain a yield benefit, but we also don't have the disease pressure that some other folks have. Brian?
On the smoke that came in from the west, how many GDUs do you think we lost on some of these summer crops that affected maturity and the plant?
Yeah, that's a good question. I know a lot of people speculated on that last year on how much. From a soybean perspective, I don't know how much it influenced, considering we're working on daylight and we're just looking at longer daylight. So we're probably pushing our beans probably a week. I would just off top of my head, well, I'm getting weird there. Off top of my head, I'm maybe, okay, never mind. Off top of my head, I'm thinking maybe a week or two. We're putting it, but because we are working on daylight, not as much GDUs at that point, you know, that's kind of hard to tell. And I don't know if anybody, you know, was firm enough in their answer for GDU loss last year, especially with all that smoke to kind of rein in how important or impactful it was. Mike,
What was your row spacing and how does that affect your branching pods versus main stem pods? And did you have an influence between, because group 4 was probably your indeterminate, the group 5 is a determinate?
Well, actually, if I go back to it, all of those are indeterminates, and that's what I call the fuzzy maturity group. I know all of y'all CCAs, y'all took that CCA exam, and we talk about group 5s being determinants and 4s indeterminates. We've kind of bred a lot of that interchange out, where I like to call them, we don't have any true indeterminants and no true determinants anymore. They're either determinate indeterminates or indeterminate determinants. It's kind of how what that percent is that we kind of go in. But all of those were noted as indeterminate. So those were all indeterminate. For row spacing, we did a test this year looking at because we Chase Harris had that row spacing study, so we looked at 15s this year. Didn't really see any difference between the plant populations and the response to yield. The yields were a little bit different, but the response to the treatment weren't that different. Now, whenever you start talking about decreasing those spaces, you talk about less inter-row competition and more intra-row competition, or sorry, less intra-row and more inter-row. And so you kind of have to take a look at that. But I think if you get, there's some flexibility with that, but I think that at least on 20s and 15s, we're probably in a similar boat, maybe not enough to discuss that difference. If we go down, I know a lot of folks drill beans, that's a whole other can of soup that we have to look at that we have no answers for that yet.
Josh, I think Mike might have mistaken something about plant architecture. So like a narrow row,
yeah. Yeah, and oh, sorry, talking about the difference in row spacing, plant populations, or difference in plant populations and canopy architecture when you switch from 15s to 30s or what have you. And that's kind of what I was saying, is that if you look at a row and you look at that spacing, hypothetically a plants per acre is still a plants per acre. It's where that competition is coming from. On a 30-inch, you have to stuff a lot more plants in the in row. And so your competition comes from that in row, where you have a lot of chance to branch on the the inner row, the between rows. Whenever you shove that in and you have less space to grow in between rows, you will have more space to grow within the row. And so because we do things on a per area, that's why I was saying it might change, but I don't know, based on what we have our first year of 15-inch plant population data, I don't know if it changes enough to talk about it going from 15s. Now, whenever you talk about drill row and you're really packing them in there, I think that's a different story, and I don't know the answer to that. But going from 30s to 15s based on the first year data and our physiology that we collected, there's where we set pods and stuff really didn't change enough to talk about. We still want branches because it's just going to branch this direction instead of this direction. We're still going to want branches, especially on stress, because that's kind of where our flexibility is. Summit talked about ear flex. That's our soybean flex, is being able to go and throw pods on those branches. So I think there is a difference. I don't know if it's enough to change the world on, if you will. And people have argued with me that for years, and that's okay.
How would you tell a producer all right, the soil temperature got that magical temp.
Mm-hmm.
He's ready to go plant. But 30-day forecast started getting cold, or maybe it's a little moist. How do you tell them to wait because that bean could rot? Or
yeah, and we might have to actually. Do you want to go to just have this small? I'll try to answer it. I don't know. I don't know, Mike. I don't know how you tell them to rot or wait because we might be losing more by planting and not waiting. But I tell everybody, my job isn't to make decisions for growers. It's their field, it's their system, it's their money that they're working with. I give them options and say, this is what I would do, best case scenario. And these are the benefits and the pros and the cons for each one of them. And you just gotta, sometimes the best mistakes we've done have yielded us the best yield. So, I like to give options and pros and cons. From here, I'm more than happy to answer and continue to talk. But Brian, we got a break till 10:15, and we'll be back here at 10:15, ready to go for the next session.
With Peter, I just give a little quick joke that I like to aggravate him with. Is that just a quick joke about Peter or Deanne and Peter is they pretty much do my job in Kansas, and I have to do it by myself down here. But they are awesome. And so Deanne's going to talk a little bit about the value of residue, and then Peter's going to talk a little bit about, soil health changes as a result of tillage and things like that. But Deanne.
All right, well, thanks for having me. We drove down from Manhattan yesterday and missed a lot of the drama. We found a lot of the wind, but we didn't get to see any of the soil. We saw somewhat soil moving, but we didn't get to see the wall of dust. So slightly disappointed, but that's a good thing too. I'm glad we didn't lose soil everywhere yesterday. So I'm going to talk about valuing crop residue because I get this question a lot. So yesterday, I haven't heard the total number of acres that we lost yet, but there was a fire 10 miles wide and it's multiple miles long, maybe 30 miles long, something like that. And so a lot of people lost their crop residue. So that's a question I get sometimes. How do we place a value on that lost residue? If you lost it and you didn't want to lose it, sometimes you want to value it for selling it too, and that's fine too. And a lot of my research goes back to when we were thinking about selling crop residue for making bioenergy out of it, or, wallboard or whatever else people are going to make. So how do you put a value on that? What are all the different things to think about? So let's see. Am I clicking? Say what? Okay. So that's kind of what I'm going to talk about. First, I'm going to talk about the sort of the economic crop production sort of things, and then the environmental side of things. I have slides on both. Some of this information I'm going to talk about was also provided by Lucas Haig, who's our Northwest area agronomist in Kansas, and then Alan Schlegel, who's he retired from the Tribune station in Western Kansas. Yeah, there we go. So like I said, I'm going to talk about the economic stuff, and then I'm going to talk about the environmental costs. And so Elkhart, Kansas, which is down in the very southwest corner, Morton County, Kansas. This was yesterday about noon, about 11:30 in the day, and what that looked like. So that's not a black and white picture. That is a color picture, and that's the soil that was moving. So let's talk about precip and precipitation storage efficiency first. So that is the key to intensified water efficient cropping systems, right? Keeping what we get when we get it to the best of our ability, getting it into the soil, which is infiltration, and keeping it from evaporating. That's the ball game. So again, that's PSE is percentage of precip that's stored in the soil and available for the next crop. And how good are we at keeping that? So residue is it affects our ability to do that. So it's all about energy, right? So heat and wind. Surface residue is going to keep the solar radiation from hitting the soil surface. So we're keeping that energy away from the surface so that it can't evaporate water. And also the wind. So keep lifting the wind profile up and away from the soil surface. So Lucas has done a ton of work with like cutting heights of wheat. So short cut stubble, tall cut stubble, stripper header stubble. The taller it is, the more water you keep. And a lot of that has to do with lifting the wind profile, lifting the wind energy away from the soil surface. So how much can we grow? NRCS standard. So if we're gonna, do some modeling, some erosion modeling or anything like that. First of all, like anything, results vary. But one of the rules of thumb that we often use is that for a wheat, 100 bushels of grain, 1 bushel of grain, so 60 pounds of wheat will produce about 100 pounds of straw. That number is not set in stone, and that varies depending on the environmental conditions that year, the variety of the wheat grown. It moves around a little bit. But if you're going to do some math, that's the math we all use, is about 100 pounds of residue for 1 bushel of grain. And then for corn, it's about a 1-to-1. So 1 pound of grain will produce about a pound of residue. But again, that's rough math. So for a 100 bushel corn crop, I always like to use that number because it's easy math. 100 bushel corn crops is about 5,600 pounds of residue, so 2.8 tons. So if we're growing 200 bushel corn, that's 5.6 tons is what we're growing. And again, that ratio varies a little depending on things that happen. If there's stress at grain fill or whatever, it could be higher, it could be lower. So tall stubble decreases wind speed at the soil surface, which has that direct impact on evaporation. And strip stubble has been shown to affect the wind profile up to 80 inches above the surface. So really lifting it up 80 inches. So I'm 63 inches tall. So it's lifting it even higher off of the soil than I am tall, then keeping it away. And that's ball game. We got to do that. And improving snow catch too. So in the southern high plains, there were experiments done. So the solar radiation at the soil surface was reduced 12%, and the evaporation was reduced 26%. So it was a dramatic impact. And also standing and larger pieces of stubble take longer to decompose, and then you get those benefits of residue lasting longer into the rotation. So one of the things we were just doing was, we're looking at Twitter just now. I've been looking at, wind erosion damage, for like 24 hours basically on Twitter and the news and everything. And, the bigger the pieces and the more anchored they are, the better they're going to resist blowing away. So I was just looking at an image on Twitter of, it was a wheat crop drilled into standing heavy oat residue. But I just think that probably the effect of the drill going through that crop, you couldn't even tell that there was oat residue on it anymore. And that was in Gray County, Kansas. So of course, 70+ mile-an-hour winds, everything that wasn't nailed down blew away yesterday. So cutting height, and people worry about, losing heads because you're going lower, and what's that going to do to yield loss? And I didn't include all the slides on this, but Lucas gives a great talk on, it's not as bad as you think. If you do that, if you go out and see how much grain you've lost, it looks worse than you think it actually is, generally speaking. So this is another slide of Lucas's where he was looking at, so this is 3 stubble treatments. So there's a 4-inch tall treatment, a 10-inch tall cut, and stripped. And these were in northern Kansas and also a little bit into Nebraska for where these were done. And so what this is showing is that the ET, that curved line was for the strip or for the shortcut, the 4-inch tall cut wheat stubble. And you can see how rapidly that drops off. That's the evaporation happening over 35 days after a rain event. So no additional rain. But the other 2 lines, the high cut and the stripped, they behaved about the same in terms of a lot less evaporative loss. This is a picture from western Kansas with snow catch too, and the effect, and there's been a lot of work on this for how much snow, extra snow are we catching, how much rain, precip is in that snow. So it's, easy to understand. Do you need me to, oh no, you're good, okay. Residue and irrigation, let's talk about that. So Garden City and North Platte, Nebraska, there was a scientist named Norm Clucky that did work at both of those places over his career. And he showed that nearly 30% of the seasonal evapotranspiration is lost as evaporation when little or no surface residue is present. So that means like with a total corn water use of 26 inches, then 7.8 would be lost to evaporation. So what if we can cut that in half? What if we could reduce that 7.8 inches? What does that mean? How much does that matter? So, and we can get into that a little bit more with when does this happen? So leaving crop residues, in his work, he found that if you left the crop residues, he would reduce evaporation by about half during the growing season. So 2 inches or so would be saved during the growing season, and you get 3 inches of water savings from that residue over the non-growing season, so the winter time if it's a corn crop. So the total, and oh, here's the other cool thing. Norm has found, so he's got all these different levels of residue and really careful measurements he's done. He found that if you have 70 to 75% surface coverage, which sounds like a lot of residue, right? 70 to 75% surface cover, but that means you've got 25 to 30% bare spots. That's too much. That's too much bare spots to have. It's too many bare spots to have good evaporation control. So you need to get up above about 80% of the soil surface covered to really get evaporation control, under control. So I always think about like, okay, like everybody, I have a dog that opens my front door pretty easily. He's a big guy and he can open the front door. So every once in a while I find my front door of my house just standing wide open, and I probably shouldn't tell you this, but a couple turkeys walking around my house. They can get in. I've got yard turkeys. It's fun. But that temperature of the house, when I walk in the summertime, the air conditioning is, that hot air is getting in, and that's just from one door. That'll change my whole temperature of my downstairs, of my first floor of my house. 20 windows are shut, but one door is open, and it changes things a lot. It's the same thing with this evaporative thing, with evaporation. So you need 80% coverage to really get good evaporative control. So over a whole year, this adds up to be about 5 inches of water saved. So I took out my dollars per acre of pumping because I don't know what the right number is to use today, but what's it cost? So you have to sub in your dollars per acre inch. I don't know if Jason or Summit, I don't see Summit right now. I don't know if anybody's got a good dollar figure for me there, but oh, 8's what I took out. I should have left 8 alone then. 8 acres per acre, $8 per acre inch times 5 inches. Well, that's worth $40 per year. And what kind of yield loss is if you can't replace that? So if you have a high capacity, you have a lot of water, but you can pump all the water you want, then you're just wasting $40. But what if you can't make up those 5 inches lost? What if you have a well that can't keep up? Well, then we can do some stuff with crop yield versus the evapo or the ET relationship. So ET, of course, evaporation plus transpiration is ET. And so this is some great stuff that was done. Let's see, I don't really have a way to like point at the screen, do I? But you can see for each crop there, you can see that there's a column that says max ET for full season variety. So for corn, it'd be 25 inches. Winter wheat, 24 inches. Now that threshold ET, that's the next column there. That's how many inches of water you have to basically get the first head or the first little bit of grain to get to where it can make grain. So we say winter wheat needs 10 inches minimum to get to the point where it can start to have grain fill. And then for every inch you get after that, you'll get, for wheat, that'd be 6 bushels per acre inch. So if you get 11 inches of rain, you'd grow 6 bushel wheat. Get 12 inches of rain, you get 12 inches or 12 bushels of wheat. You see what I'm saying? That's how much for every inch you get after that threshold. You got to have so much to get to your first head or whatever, and then after that it really comes on. And then you see there's a slope of yield versus ET, and then that last column is the slope of long-term yield versus ET. Basically, this is from long-term experiments that were done. That slope of yield versus ET, that takes out disasters like hail and stuff, but that last column is like real long-term yield. When you leave all of the data in, you don't pull out the disasters and failures, you leave them all in. So like if I help somebody valuing their crop residue for like a farm insurance claim, or if there's neighbors, you know, somebody trying to get a claim from the road crew that set their field on fire or whatever it is, that's what I usually use, is that last column, that slope of the long-term yield versus the ET. So, you know, somebody burning your corn residue off right now today, and if you're going to grow corn again, that costs you about that full 5 inches of water, because it's the wintertime water plus next year's summertime water that it would have conserved to be about 5 inches. So if you can't replace that, so if you're dry land or if you're low capacity irrigation well or something, if you can't replace that, your yield could be limited, and that's what you're looking at. It's maybe 65 bushels on your corn. Now, if your residue burns off in April, right before you plant the corn crop, then you save the winter water. You'll only be losing the summer water, so I wouldn't give you 65 bushels. Does that make sense? It depends. So if somebody asks for help with this, I say, well, when did it burn off? Or this is what it usually is. It's usually an accidental burn that I help people with. So I looked up the corn price today, so $5.85 for corn. That would be a gross reduction of $380.25 per acre of lost water if you can't replace it. Nutrients. Somebody's probably sitting there thinking about nutrients and crop residue, and yes, it's important. This is per ton. So again, what did I say 100 bushel corn crop was? Be about 2.8 tons. So you'd have to do this math for 2.8 times each of these, you know, per ton, but I like to give it in ton because obviously yield varies. This is out of a University of Nebraska pub. Nebraska does a ton of stuff with residue. I'm not going to talk about grazing crop residues and those values and like soil effects and things like that. But if you're looking for that stuff, Nebraska does fantastic work. And Augustine Obor at Kansas State, he's at Hayes, he's a soil scientist, fantastic stuff. Just last week, I saw him give a presentation and they were talking about grazing and crop residues and things like that. And he's like, there's basically compaction is not a problem. Grazing, crop residues, and compaction, not a problem. So if you want to know more about that, he'd be a good person to talk to. So corn or sorghum, and these are table values. These are like book values. And I'm sure Brian could give you a lecture on, well, that depends and it varies. And so it would vary. It definitely would vary. I bet that 17 pounds of nitrogen for a ton of corn or sorghum could vary, what? Probably from 10 to 25. I don't know. A big number. It's going to vary. So results may vary. If you want to charge somebody appropriately, you could probably take a sample. If you want to sell your corn residue and you want to know, or maybe you don't want to sell it, but you want to know what's in your corn residue, take a sample to a soil testing lab or call Brian and say, Brian, I want to do this. You could figure it out. So, and I was just in Western Kansas last week and we were talking about, it wasn't my presentation, but somebody else was talking about the fertilizer prices, the volatility, obviously. And in this was in far Western Kansas, and they were like, nitrogen, phosphorus, those are important. Potassium, we don't care about that. Well, potassium depends on where you are and if you're low in potassium or not. So a lot of our western part of our state is less. So fresh geologic dust, basically, relatively speaking, that's been deposited high in feldspars and other things that are weathering out potassium. So we've just got God's plenty potassium, and so we don't worry about applying it. But on the eastern side of the state, we apply a lot of potassium. So that's something we should definitely get paid for if we're selling our potassium or selling our stover off. Sulfur, there's sulfur in, there's not a lot of sulfur, but there is sulfur. And so that's another thing that is becoming more limiting in crops over time too. So I see a lot of people writing this down. So I'm going to just talk for just a little bit more on the slide so people can get it written down if they're trying to write it down. But yeah, potassium is definitely one of the biggest numbers. But again, whether or not you place value on that potassium, it's a relative thing. I think you should charge people for that. So let me show you this next slide. Eventually, if you harvest off your crop residue long enough, you're going to start to have some effects on the acidity of your soil. So harvesting residue also removes potassium, or sorry, I already mentioned potassium, but calcium, magnesium, and sodium. Calcium and magnesium have effects on neutralizing acidity, right? Over time, we don't really think about those, but they're in the soil, and if you remove them long enough, so removing 1 ton of corn residue removes the cations present in 35 pounds of lime. You're like, we apply lime by the ton, 35 pounds. Well, if you remove 5 tons of corn residue, or whatever it is, 2 tons of wheat straw, or whatever, and you did it for 50 years, and you're also applying nitrogen fertilizer, we have some pretty acid soils in places. And this can be one of those reasons. I think you can. So if you did it for long enough, at high enough rates, on a low pH soil or a poorly buffered soil, this could eventually add up. So I'll point that out. So it ends up being about 70 cents is what that 35 pounds would be if you were applying. It's not a lot, but still, it could add up over time. On an individual year, who cares? But over time, it could add up. Let's talk about the environmental stuff. So we have one experiment we did where we moved wheat straw, and this was at Hayes. And the rest of the time, I'm going to talk about wind erosion because that's kind of my jam. But this one was at Hayes, so it was on a soil slope of 6%. And we had no-till with no removal, and we had 100% removal on no-till, and we had 100% removal on tilled. And so you can see the pictures there of the quintessential soil picture of the soil in a jar of water, But the freshly tilled, we lost a lot more sediment, right? You'd expect that. But also, even on no-till, that number goes up the more we remove. This is with water. This is with a simulated rainfall event. So we did it with like a 25-year storm. So it was a heavy rain, but it wasn't unreal. It wasn't an impractical rain. It was like a real rainstorm event that you would get. So that's one of the points. The reason I left this slide is I just want to say, even on no-till, we can get erosion, right? You get a certain kind of event, even on no-till with residue, you can, or if we, let me put it this way, pulling residue off of no-till doesn't mean, oh, it's not going to move. It's all about the residue. It's my point. The more residue is better. No-till with residue removal, is that still no-till? I guess it's direct seeding, but it doesn't behave the same. Blowing dirt. So this is a picture, and by the way, I usually say soil. I don't usually say dirt, but I got this picture sent to me by somebody, and the dirt word was already on the slide. This one was from 2009, and so that's a big dust cloud, and I haven't grabbed the image yet that's going around, but yesterday's dust storm kind of swoops out of the panhandle of Texas and kind of comes like a big comma up. So there's another image now from yesterday that I can add to my slide set, but pretty dramatic. So this Hugoton, Kansas. If you can see where Kansas is on that little inset figure there, Hugoton is not quite as far south and west as Elkhart, but it's pretty close. It's down there. It's by Liberal, kind of. It's in Stevens County. So this one, so I'm a soil scientist and like I coach the soil dredging team at K-State. Like my favorite thing is literally digging a hole just to see what's there. Because people are always, I ask people all the time for permission and they're like, why? And I'm like, to see what's there. But I'm always thinking about soil type. I don't like to make blanket statements because like, it depends. It always depends on soil type. So we set this one up with a really big farmer and we did this with big equipment, rakes, chopping corn heads and things like that. And we did it on 2 different fields. So one of them says Hugoton L. Well, that's a Hugoton loam. And the other one is a Big Bow FSL, which is a Big Bow fine sandy loam. So you can see how far apart those 2 fields are. They're not that far apart. The Big Bow fine sandy loam is getting close to where the Cimarron River kind of cuts through that part of the county. And so it goes from flat and loamy to fine sandy loam pretty quick there. And the soil types are very different from each other and they behave differently. This is strip till irrigated continuous corn, producer owned. Yeah. So we went out with it was John Deere combine with a Stockmaster corn header. So it was a chopping corn header. The stalks weren't particularly high and it was chopping it up. And the residue, so that was on all the treatments, but then the residue we removed with a H&S wheel rake and a John Deere round baler. And the plots were 50 feet long and 30 feet wide. So they were small plots, but then but done with real size equipment. And so after baling, that's what it looked like. And after winter, this is what it looked like. It didn't stick where we had, even so the residue that was left after baling, there was maybe some pieces of leaves and husks and things like that, but it picked up a lot of the stalks. And so after winter, it didn't look like, it was pretty bare. That was our field in April of 2009. So after, you can see the dust kind of picking up there. Nothing crazy, but still, not a wall of black, but still, you're losing it. So how much do you lose when you do these different things? So if you shred the stalks first, and then you rake them, and then you bale them, you can actually remove 80 to 90%. So you might be thinking about, so this is probably every bit of a 200 bushel corn crop. By the way, how am I doing on time? 10 minutes, okay. So you can pick up a lot, right? So if you do all those things, you can pick up 80 to 90%, depending on how low to the ground you want to go. If you just only raked it, but you didn't shred it first, you would we estimate, these are approximates, but these are based on people actually doing these measurements. You'd pick up about 65%. This last, the combine windrow only is a bit debated. So if you just let the just kind of didn't spread your stalks, but just let the combine drop it, and then you went behind it and raked it, or went behind it and baled it, we estimate 35 to 50%, but that number is a little more squishy. And cattle grazing, it says 25% removal with an asterisk because that's going to depend on how hard you graze them, right? So 25% or 50% or way too much, that number's going to move around. It's going to be up to the individual landowner for how much is actually removed. And so a while back, people made this biomass resource in the United States for crop residues and where we were going to get them from. And you can see that goes with the Corn Belt and also with places where we irrigate, so highly productive cropland, obviously more corn residue. And this is a article that talked about corn production on land that's highly erodible, so classified as highly erodible. That takes a special amount of sensitivity to be highly erodible, right? So you have to have sandy soils or sloping or very wind erosion places. So we grow a lot of corn on wind erosion places, prone places. So this is from an engineering textbook, one that I used for my class when I was at Iowa State in the 90s. And it talks about dust containing 10 times as much organic matter, 9 times as much nitrogen, 19 times as much P, and 1.5 times as much potassium as the dune soil from which it was removed. So I once had somebody say, well, what's it matter if the soil, they were kind of just challenging me. They're like, what's it matter if my soil blows away if I get my neighbor's soil? I'm like, because that finest fraction is where the good stuff that you want is. That'd be like throwing it ever up in the air and you get the sand back, but you let the clay go, and the clay is where you've got those clays, and the silts are going to be where the good stuff is. Now, I will tell you this. I've done this experiment myself, and I don't usually get these high of numbers. So results may vary. But, so this is a textbook number. My stuff from Kansas isn't showing quite this much phosphorus loss. We're more like twice as much phosphorus loss out of the dust versus the soil you take it out of. But this was out of a dune soil. Mine are out of silt loams. It's not the same. So this is a windstorm event, 2008, and just a few miles, because I was out there doing research and the farmer was like, you gotta come check this out. Come look at this. This field's been blowing, and that field had been blowing. Basically, somebody had planted sorghum into that, and then they planted it again, then they planted it again, and it just wouldn't, I mean, it would come up and die and come up and die. So that field only stable, it blew for not quite a year, but eventually it stabilized because of the weeds that grew back first. There just was no moisture in that, and that one's not irrigated. So it just blew. I'm gonna skip that. Soil type matters. So this is, this is getting nerdy for you, sorry. Soil scientists call the less than 0.84 millimeters. So you're all probably thinking, okay, how big is a millimeter? Okay, think about how big a millimeter is. 0.84 millimeter, that's the fraction that's considered erodible fraction. So we literally like sieve it and shake it and stuff. And how much comes out in our, how much goes into the finest small sieve, that's our 0.84. And that's the fraction that we call the erodible fraction. So in a windstorm of a certain speed, that's what will take off and move. Some of that's going to not move very far, and some of that's going to move a long way. So there's like, if you ever heard of PM10, like that's particulate matter P10, so 10 micron, or PM 2.5. Well, that's the stuff that people worry about for breathing and asthma and things like that, and pollution traveling a long ways. But what I'll just say is that soil type matter. We lost a lot more sediment where we had fine sandy loam, and we lost less sediment where we had the loam just a few miles apart. Soil type matters. And also spring versus fall. So December versus April. This graph doesn't really show it, but usually we lose more when we're out there in April. So winter soil temperatures, I like to measure this kind of stuff. How many times does it freeze and thaw? And basically those little dots at the top are saying that every single day, I made my student run stats on every single day to say, were they different? Was the removed residue versus where we had the residue different? And all those different days with the little stars on there over like a 1 month period, those were different. And so what happens? Well, why do we care? Is that good? Well, the frequency of those freeze-thaw cycles, you get the ice expanding the soil particles, and then you need to put dust on the surface where you have no residue. It just ends up just really powdery and loose, and then it's what's susceptible to wind erosion. So with that, this is one experiment I probably won't talk too long, but we've done another experiment. And this one we have one side in eastern Kansas, which is Ottawa, which is dryland, and one side in western Kansas, which is Colby, basically the same soil texture. And Colby is twice as dry as Ottawa, but then we irrigate it, so they're about the same. And what we find is we've actually got higher corn yields where we pull off the crop residue. So, as a soil scientist, you're like, well, it's supposed to be the other way. We're supposed to be all heavens to Murgatroyd. We're supposed to have lower crop yields where we have pulled off the residue. But so ANOVA analysis of variance says that there's not really a difference between these corn yields, but regression says yes. So as we have the lower line is Ottawa, where we get like 35 inches of rain, but it's all dryland, so that's 35 inches over the whole year, versus Colby is like 18 inches of rain, but then we put on more rain in the summer, so they end up being about the same rain, but it's not distributed the same. So Colby, we have over 200 bushel corn yields, and as the corn yields going up with removal. So I'm going to stop and take questions. What questions do you have? Yes. Related to wheat harvested for grain. What's it from the strawling plant for the following wheat crop, or for the whole winter time? Standing versus flat. Yes. So standing versus flat. So summertime after wheat straw is harvested, I don't know if I really have any like specific numbers on that. So the flat is going to definitely prevent more of the solar radiation from hitting the soil, but the vertical is going to keep that wind up higher. So I don't know if it's a push or not. I'm not sure. I don't actually have those numbers like in my head. It's a great question though. I think for just planting back through to the next crop, I'm sure vertical is going to be a much better choice. So the vertical is doing that's important for keeping the hot wind up, lifted away from the surface. So yeah, the sun will hit it, but those wheat straws are pretty close together. I think you do get some shading from vertical. I'd go vertical. Yes. I have time for one more. Okay. My response here on the slide is strictly due to nitrogen. So nitrogen is not limiting in this environment. What I do think this response is related to, though, is barren ears. And I think that's related to the fact that this is what we're actually writing this up right now. So what I think is happening is that we have yield, we have stand count. We get the same stand count on these. We work hard to get the same stand count. But what I think is happening is slightly different number of days for emerging, like it'll be uneven in some plots versus more even in certain plots. So I think the higher residue that we're leaving on, it comes up more uneven, and then it's just barren ears or delayed, and it puts on a bad ear or like a little ear with, that's what I think. I think it's unevenness in emergence versus where we've pulled a lot of residue off. So 100% removal. Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah, the question is, would strip till take care of the unevenness? Yes, as long as the residue doesn't blow back on top after you strip till it. So I've seen that happen where we strip till and then we plant, so we strip till, plant the corn, and then get a wind event, and then the residue blows on top of those strips, and then the corn comes up uneven, and you're like, so I wish with strip till we could stick all the residue down. That's probably a cool invention. Somebody stick the residue down so it stays where we want it and not where we don't. Don't know how to do that though. All right, getting the wrap it up signal. I'm going to be around while Peter gives his talk, and then we got a jet after that. So if you want to ask me a question, my email is my name, Deann, DEANN @ksu.edu.
Thanks. Peter, where you at? All right, so like I mentioned earlier, our next speaker is Peter Tomlinson. He does a lot on environmental, I guess his title is the K-State Environmental Quality Specialist. He's going to talk about tillage and soil health. Don't mind putting that on.
All right, well, excited to be here and join all of you today. Yep, is that better? All right, so when Jason asked me to join the program, he was aware of some work that actually Deanna and I were doing, looking at a study that had been under different tillage regimes for the last 10 years, in addition to a project we've got with phosphorus management and different and cover crops. And so he asked me to talk about tillage and soil health today. So as we think about soil health and we think about what that broad definition is, we can think about it really in kind of 4 key categories. We can think about it and how do we keep something living for a longer period of time. And with that, I really think about that as how do we maximize carbon in that system as the food for the soil microorganisms. And then minimizing disturbance. So as we think about the soil as the home for the living organisms, how do we find opportunities to minimize that disturbance? Is it no-till? Is it reducing the tillage? And if we look at a range of tillage intensities, what are the impacts on soil health? Certainly maximizing biodiversity, cropping rotations, cover crops, and then keeping that soil surface covered, as Deanne highlighted, the importance of having residue on the surface from a moisture and a temperature control standpoint. And so, with that, when I think about, how do we improve soil health in our management and how do we assess that, I really think about that in 3 key pools: chemical measures, the physical soil property measures, and then the biological measures that we can look at. There we go. So this first study that I wanted to share with you all is a project that Erica D started at our Kansas River Valley experiment field by Topeka, Kansas. This is an irrigated corn study. And what Eric wanted to look at was different tillage intensities in an irrigated corn soybean rotation. And so we've got no-till as one end member, and then we've got vertical tillage at after corn, vertical tillage after soybeans, and then vertical tillage and more intensive tillage after every crop. And so, you know, the question that he came to Deanna and I with was, I've been doing this for 10 years. What can we look at in these systems now that they've been well established in terms of soil health, in terms of soil carbon? And so we set out last fall after 10 years to quantify soil carbon and then to characterize dynamic soil health properties. We looked at aggregate stability, we looked at standard chemical measures, and then a range of biological measures. And I think one of the key biological measures is yield. I think that's our plant is a great indicator of what's happening in our biological system. And so starting with our carbon stocks, if we think about carbon as the backbone food source for soil organisms, the interesting thing here is with our tillage regimes here, we did not see any significant differences in our carbon stocks. So no-till would be the least intensive. Next to it, that fall subsurface with spring vertical tillage followed every crop, and that's our most intensive tillage system. And then fall vertical tillage, and then fall subsurface after soybeans, and fall vertical tillage after corn. Those two would be the least intensive. And, you know, interestingly enough, you know, in terms of the total carbon pool to a foot, no differences in the top 3 inches, which would be the zone that we would expect to be the most dynamic, where we would have that residue, particularly where we've got no-till or vertical tillage, where we would expect to see a difference in soil carbon stocks, no significant differences. And then we looked at permanganate oxidizable carbon, which is the most labile form of carbon that we can measure in the soil. And again, we're not seeing any statistical differences there. So this was interesting, but it parallels with what Eric's been finding in terms of his yields. So there's only been a handful of years where he has actually found statistical differences in his corn yields. 2015 was one of those years. And then when he's looked over the 10 years of the study, he did find a small statistical difference. Actually, he found that the no-till and the fall vertical tillage were lower. But again, you know, we're talking about 10 bushel difference there. And we're working on the economics. We're working with an economist to put the economics behind this to see if that what that is when we look at it over the years. Soybeans, he has had consistent yields and has seen no difference with these tillage systems. So as we looked at then, okay, now we're going to move into the soil health properties. The soil physical properties, interestingly enough, what we did find in terms of total aggregation, we found total aggregation at the year of sampling in the soybean crop. Still not entirely sure what to make of that, but you know, it is interesting. It may have to do with the root structure of the soybeans. It's hard to say. And then the other way that we found a tillage effect on total aggregation as well. This one makes a little more sense to me, that we do see in that most intense tillage treatment, we do see lower total aggregation. So that fall subsurface spring vertical tillage that's happening every year. In terms of soil enzyme activities, we found higher acid phosphatase. So phosphatase is a group of enzymes produced by bacteria, fungi, and plant roots. Acid phosphatase we tend to see a higher contribution from the plant roots. And so with knowing that soybeans have a high phosphorus demand, I think that is why we're seeing the higher acid phosphatase enzyme activity. And then beta-glucosidase is an enzyme involved in the nitrogen cycle. And here we saw lower beta-glucosidase activity in the fall subsurface spring vertical tillage. And what I'm wondering here is, are we, with that more intensive tillage, are we impacting the soil microbial community in terms of its robustness? And are we picking that up possibly with the beta-glucosidase measure? That needs more exploration, and we are going to be sending some samples off for more in-depth microbial analysis. So what are some of the summary points to take away from this study? These 4 tillage systems haven't really had a clear impact on yield and under these irrigated systems. But we've got to remember, in terms of the soil health, we're adding, a lot of residue back to the system. We're adding a lot of carbon back to the system. And so, I think that contributes to why we have not seen major differences in the soil health properties, with the exception of that more intensive tillage system. So I think if you think about that, I think it fits with our knowledge of soil health, in that, if we can look for opportunities to reduce the intensity of tillage, we can make some gains in the soil health, even with some tillage in a cropping system. So we're going to switch gears here a bit. And I know that Dr. Nelson has spoken at this conference. I think about 4 years ago, I spoke at this conference when we were just starting our Kansas Agricultural Watershed Field Laboratory. So now we're going to go to the other end of the system. We're going to look at a no-till system and a no-till system with cover crops. And my graduate students, this has been one of their areas of focus, is how will cover crops and pea fertilizer management affect soil health? And one of the things that we've documented in this study across all 3 phosphorus treatments is, a main effect of adding cover crops contributes to increasing soil organic carbon. So again, if we think about soil organic carbon as that key feedstock for soil biology, the cover crops certainly are adding additional carbon to the system that we don't have in these no-till plots without cover crops. And we can see that again in active carbon or POC, potassium permanganate carbon, where we've got the cover crops, we've got higher active carbon measures as well. And we've seen this across multiple growing seasons. We can also look at it in terms of what is the mass of carbon in the microbial community, and that gives us an indication of the size of the soil biological community. It's sort of a black box look at what is happening in terms of soil health. And again, where we've got the cover crops, we're seeing higher microbial biomass carbon. We tend to see in the spring right at cover crop termination, and it makes sense. We've got a living cover crop there. We've got living roots, about 25% higher in the spring. about 5% higher in the cover crop treatment in the fall. But I think that highlights some of the lasting effects that that added residue, that added carbon can have on the system. And again, we pick this up in carbon cycling enzymes. So we've got beta-glucosidase again involved in carbon and nitrogen, beta-glucosaminidase involved in carbon and nitrogen cycling, and we see the same trend with higher enzyme activities where we've got cover crops. Again, similar trend in terms of phosphorus enzymes. So what this tells us is that, you know, by adding cover crops into this no-till system, we're enhancing the potential nutrient turnover in these systems through the biological processes. So that, I think, is a positive. It does have to be put in context with how we manage nutrient loss, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But one of our underlying questions then was, okay, so all these measures are suggesting that we're increasing the function of the biological community. The next question is, are we changing the microbial community? And our conclusions to this point are that we have not changed the microbial community. We haven't changed functional groups. We are simply enhancing the size of those microbial groups. And so, you know, diving into the literature and looking at, you know, cover crops, soil health, nutrient loss, there have been a number of broad, you know, meta-analysis papers that have looked at the interaction of all of these effects. A couple of the key takeaways is that cover crops have been shown to be effective at decreasing sediment, nitrogen loss, but phosphorus loss is one that very few studies have shown that that cover crops can affect soluble phosphorus loss. And so the question then is why? You know, we're changing these biological properties. Is there a driver or a link there? And so this is all I'll talk on water quality today, but we've documented that cover crops affect how water in our watersheds is behaving. So we're lowering the peak flow, and we're extending the duration of the runoff event. So we've got the same amount of water leaving, but it's staying in the watershed longer. We've also documented pronounced stratification at the very near surface. So the top, in this slide, the top inch. And then when we think about the biological measures, we've got higher microbial biomass, we've got higher phosphatase enzyme activities. These are all the processes that are making phosphorus and nutrients available. And so I think all of that combined is really the story behind why we're seeing that higher phosphorus runoff. We're not able to bind enough of that phosphorus or see enough plant uptake of that phosphorus by the cover crop to affect the dissolved phosphorus that we're losing in the runoff. And a part of that is just the sequencing and when that biological activity, I think, is occurring, and the fact that once we're into the system, we're constantly breaking residue down and making that phosphorus available. So I think there are some opportunities then around phosphorus management to perhaps look at our phosphorus rates and how much phosphorus we're putting into our cropping systems, particularly when we're in a no-till system with cover crops. So a couple of the key takeaways that I want you to leave with today. Certainly, as tillage becomes more intensive, we can decrease some of we can decrease the physical and the biological soil health measures. We're certainly, as tillage becomes more intensive, we're impacting that soil in a way that that doesn't encourage soil health. Cover crops certainly are a tool to improve soil health, but we also have to think about the broader implications on nutrient dynamics and nutrient loss. And then one of the areas that I think there's some real opportunities is to gain a better understanding of what is the interaction of tillage and cover crops in terms of soil health. I think that one of the things that's frequently overlooked is, perhaps we may see greater benefits having cover crops in a tillage system than we do in a no-till when we think about stabilizing that soil surface, protecting it from erosion loss, and working to continue to promote and support the biological side of the system. And so, as we sum all of this up, I like to think about it in terms of a conservation planning framework. We've got to think about, in terms of conservation planning, how we bring all of these different parts and pieces together. We can't forget the production goals of our producers, and then finding that balance with the broader conservation goals. We've got to consider potential side effects. Cover crops is not in my opinion, are not a cure-all. They certainly have a lot of benefits that we can take advantage of, but we do need to recognize, particularly around phosphorus, that they could, and certainly the research that I've been involved with shows that they are leading to increased dissolved phosphorus loss. So how do we then think about and reshape our conservation planning to maximize the good? And I think that's where you partner cover crops with rethinking your phosphorus application, your phosphorus timings, and the amount of phosphorus that we need in the system. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
On that first presentation you made, I don't know if I missed it or not. I think some of that soil type is based on talking about different carbon.
Right. What was the first part of that question?
But the question is, how much does soil type influence?
So this is a small plot study that is replicated and randomized in the study area. It is a floodplain soil. There are some variations there, but with the randomization and the replication there, in that case, I think we're as uniform as we can get given the number of treatments that we have in that study. So I don't think in that case that soil type is a driver. But yeah, I mean, certainly if we did look at different textures, a sandier soil, is going to be harder to build carbon in. Clayers, soil with a higher clay content, we have a greater potential to build carbon there. It's easier to build the carbon there. I think where you're bringing tillage, higher losses, but again, we need to do the work to document that.
Peter?
Yes.
Was that in Western Kansas?
No, that's just over by Topeka. So the eastern side of the state, 30-inch, 35-inch rainfall region. It's river bottom ground, but with irrigation to supplement natural rainfall.
How long, that was 10 years worth of data?
Yeah, so we went in, we've got 10 years of yield data, and we went in at after the harvest of year 10 to look at the soil biological and physical properties.
Going on 4 years.
Yeah, so he's relatively new compared to some of us, but he's been a great pleasure to work with and learn from on some economics of various things related to agriculture.
Sure.
Oh, one quick, yeah. 12, you're going to CCA, correct? Date's not done by 12. Sam said it's going to take the samples over 169 all grab one on the way. That'll be at 12 o'clock. Get up and go.
And that's not going to happen, so we'll be out before that. Okay, thanks for inviting me. It's really a great pleasure to come out here and talk with you all about some of the research we've been doing. And this is research by Chelly Hogan and Dr. Manashiri. And it's part of a larger project with RAIN. It's a USDA funded project with K-State headed by Chuck Rice, and here at OSU by Tyson Ochsner. RAIN is really looking at rain-fed systems in the Southern Great Plains and their sustainability. What I'm going to present to you today is some work that we've been doing trying to bridge population genetic models that look at weed or herbicide resistance to farm level decision making. And I'll go on from there. So the scope of the problem with herbicide resistance, it's been around for a while actually for different actives and different crops. But if you recall in 1996, that was a release of glyphosate Roundup Ready beans, and you can see with beans there around 1996, it really kind of skyrockets up there. And I like to refer to this as a wicked problem. And so in economics, we have Cochran's treadmill, and that's the idea that as technology increases for farming, prices go down. Well, here in the case, it's as new herbicide resistance, weeds adapt, and then the cycle keeps going on and on. We see that on and on, especially with dicamba, and there's been some recent announcement, I guess, last week, resistance in water hemp in Illinois and also in Tennessee. It is pretty much prolific around the United States, and it costs money. It costs extra money to manage herbicide resistance, and there's various estimates out there, and we put some together for cotton. It's about $85 to $130 per hectare, and so there's quite a range of impacts that have happened. And so moving on, this is some work that we did with cotton producers, a survey and looking at horseweed and Palmer amaranth, and the lines there up in the Nash and Edgecombe, North Carolina, Lawrence, Tennessee, and Macon, Georgia. Those were where herbicide resistance for those different weeds were first identified early back in the late 1990s. And you can see, talking with farmers, so that the yellow counties are where surveys were sent out, and then the darker green, whoops, is there a light on here? There. So the darker green, the darker blue is where they were first identified. And then you can see at the time of the survey, it spread all the way out here into West Texas. Okay, so what are the impacts? Well, we see a reduction in no-till acres. That's how farmers responded. And they increased tillage. It started tilling again to product use, well, with Roundup Ready Flex, that decrease, but then you see it pick up in wide strike and Liberty Link as well. So that's basically how farmers have, or cotton producers have been adapting to resistance on their farms. Another way to think about it, I don't know how to get that to, that's supposed to be a movie. Is there a way you can press the button on the bottom of that movie? I can't do it from here. Don't worry about it. Another way to think about it is geographic spread, right? So this is looking at the survey and the likelihood of resistance kind of really creeping all over the place, especially through the Mississippi Delta area on cotton farms and cotton acres. So in Oklahoma, I guess early reports back in 1992 with fireweed, and then most recently in 2018, mare's tail with those actives there. So this is a issue that keeps coming back, and it will keep coming back. And so the question is, how do we manage that? And then how does that impact returns on our farms? So in terms of what we're trying to do is link the population genetics of herbicide resistance to farm economics. And in particular, we want to look at different management practices such as crop rotation, product mix sequencing, product timing, and also quantify the impacts of resistance on net returns given a certain kind of management practice. So we're going to look at the cost of the management, loss in yield and revenue as well. And on top of that, we want to look at or determine the effect of different management practices on the spread of resistance genes. So it's a kind of a difficult task. We're having fun doing it though. So just kind of conceptually, we know that weeds compete for crop, light, water, and soil nutrients, and mutant genes or alleles are going to end up eventually dominating a population. So it's the idea that if you have a trait in a gene that increases your reproductive fitness, that gene is going to get fixed in the population. So if you get a constant pressure on managing weeds, they're going to adapt and change, and again, that cycle. So eventually you'll get resistant weeds dominating the gene pool in a population. How does that impact our yields? Well, there's a cost there's a hit in your yields, but then there's a cost of managing resistance. So over time, that cost is going to increase. So part of the task in kind of modeling that concept, we use this the model called Hermes, this herbicide resistant modeling system that was developed by David Gustafson. He was at Monsanto back in 2008 when he developed this model for looking specifically at glyphosate. We've modified it a little bit to look at some of the cropping practices in Oklahoma, plus the products that are commonly used to manage weeds. And there's a lot of assumptions here in terms of model on how susceptible a plant is to the herbicide that you apply. And then we look at a net present value analysis and trying to keep it as simple as possible, just a single field. It's really dimensionless. It's just per hectare. It's rain-fed till, and we're just going to first look at a wheat fallow with a glyphosate burn down every year prior to planting at that rate. We're also going to look at what if we have a post-application of QLEX, and we've got some assumptions about prices and cost, and look at it over a 20-year horizon. So part of the challenge of this is that there's not a lot of field trials out there that look at weed density and its impact on yield. So we use a model developed out of Texas A&M to simulate crop growth. And the nice thing about this model, it also has a weed competition module. So we can look at how does a crop respond as you increase the density of weeds in the simulation. And so we come up with these yield penalties or damage curves. So we use these to measure the impact of the weeds on yield, and then that in turn relates to the revenue that you would get. So some results, and what this model predicts, and it pretty much tracks what we see in reality, I suppose. Resistance to herbicides happens quickly. okay? And you're talking about 5, 7, 10 years, depending on the product you use and the management practices that are you're using as well. Even with very rare alleles, you know, if the chance of mutation is very small, it's going to pick up in probably about 10 years. That's actually what the data shows in the previous slides I've showed you. So this is a wheat fallow system, and you know, we plant wheat in October, harvest in June, and we fallow. And so then we've got a burn down and then a post application here. And you see what happens as you increase the glyphosate rate, the application rate, the time until it takes for that gene to fix in that population decreases, right? So that's the years until you get 50% of the weed population having that resistant allele. You see in returns, there's no mutant alleles, no mutations. They stay constant over time, but then as your assumption about the likelihood of that gene penetrating the population increases, your returns get hit as well. Okay, so higher application rates, they tend to speed up the mutation rates. So I'm going to look at now kind of switching it up. Instead of always applying glyphosate every year, I've got a scenario where you skip every year and use an alternative product. In this case, it's dicamba. And then a scenario where you skip every third year. And so if you look at the plot at the top, that's the proportion of the individual weeds in the population that have that resistant allele. And always applying glyphosate is a pretty quick fix in the population, but that different management strategy, that skip every other year, kind of pushes that frontier to the right and buys you some time. You see how your wheat yields get impacted, and always it takes a big hit around year 7, 8, and then kind of levels off. But then when you skip every other year, you get some preservation of those yields that you had early on. Looking at the net present value in the bottom, so that's what you'd expect with that hit in your revenue. But then also there's the cost of managing or of adding or of using an alternative treatment. And you see skipping, again, skip glyphosate every other year. That turns out to have the highest returns in this simulation. Okay, so weather and prices are uncertain, so we can put that and model that as well. And I'm just going to assume the wheat price is random, and the initial seed weed bank density is random. Production of seeds by normal weeds is random. Weed seed emergence rate random, and yield damage curve is random too, because we want to simulate the effects of weather on these processes. And when we do that, the always using glyphosate every year, it's going to generate the lowest returns. Skipping every year generates the highest. It's interesting to note too, if you look at that coefficient of variation in that far right-hand column, that just shows you about the uncertainty of the returns there. And so green is lower, so your returns are more certain, there's less variability. Red is higher. Okay. Now looking at a wheat soybean double crop, we add in soybeans into the mix, and that's basically the sequencing there. I'd like to thank Rod Jones for helping me out with this figure here. And we get a burn down residual post, and those are the different treatments and the rates that we use for those crops. And what do we see here? Focusing on the residual, if you use a residual here, you tend to preserve your soybean under pressure by amaranth. And again, the net returns would be higher with that residual application too. So, okay. This is in progress with my student. We're throwing Milo into the mix, and we're going to see how the system performs when we run that in there. So I was given a topic. So I said, okay, well, I'm going to look at tillage rotation and weed pressure. And so that's the second part of this presentation. And again, we're looking at simulated yields. These are benchmarks of El Reno field trial data. And just looking at wheat fallow, wheat sorghum, wheat soy, till and no-till. And management follows Decker et al. From Agronomy Journal some time back. So when you got low weed pressure and tillage system, in better weather, you get wheat produced under milo and wheat produced under bean system, kind of pushing out to the right. But I guess in poorer conditions, it looks like the wheat fallow under till kind of wins out there. Low weed pressure, no till is really a mixed bag there. So this is all wheat that we're looking at here. Higher weed pressure, it looks like this is an interesting one. I don't know how to explain that quite yet, but the wheat fallow kind of pushes out to the right under the tillage system. And then the wheat milo, when there's a no-till system, tends to win out there. So looking at the sorghum and the soybean yields, no-till double crop under lower pressure. Well, that's the results there. It looks like sorghum gets hit pretty hard comparatively to the soybean yields under those different weed pressures. So looking at the these are the averages of those curves that we're looking at, and I guess wheat soybean kind of takes the top there with no-till, yeah, so that's those results. And this is just higher weed pressure. You kind of get a flip back in the table. So I'm going to end up here, just some recommendations. I'm probably preaching to the choir here. Most of you all know this, but just talking about how do you manage. Scouting is always recommended. Clearing the field of the weeds before the planting with a burn down. Just switch up, mix up those herbicide products and rotate crops if possible. And application timing and correct rates matter. Cleaning machinery before use and before it gets used on another farm is going to help reduce the spread of resistant alleles, I guess. And so that's about it. I'll take any questions there.
Sweet, thanks a lot.
Yep.
All right, so we have plenty of time, but don't leave me yet. A couple things to update. You're good. Couple things to let you guys know. You will have, I'll bring up the QR code in just a couple minutes for the day. That'll be shared. We'll share it again at the end. I'm going to suggest don't leave just because you get it, because let's just say we have three of some of the most intriguing people in the Division of Ag talking this afternoon. So if you look at Dr. Taylor, Dr. Warren, and then John Weir, intriguing. The intriguing part is we're going to have flip-flops and shorts, or is he going to wear pants? So we haven't seen John yet today, but should be a great afternoon. We are going to share the links for all the recordings with everybody that registered. So as soon as we can turn on this, we'll send out all the links to all these recordings so that you guys have access to this. And over the next couple of weeks, I'll also be creating YouTube videos so that these go up for more public view. But for you that we'll have the QR codes, we'll have all that stuff shared in the link stuff. If there's something you missed, somebody had to leave early, make sure that. I'm going to go ahead and get Sam stand up. If you've got the CCA exam prep, go ahead and follow Sam. They have boxed lunches. Grab a drink or two as you go out, and we can go. Everybody else, we're going to be released for lunch up at Starlight Terrace. We'll start back here at 1. Again, I'll share those QR codes. If you can't use the QR code, I've got the hand copy for CCAs here in just a little bit. So give me a couple seconds to load that up online. Again, thank you guys for coming. We have another session, so don't leave me completely. Don't leave Jason hanging and not have anybody left here for him to talk to. But with that, we're going to introduce the next group of speakers or series. This will be good. So Jason, actually Taylor and I and Jason, and we were all talking, trying to figure out what we'd do. And I thought, we haven't had Dr. Taylor on this stage in quite a while. So we had to find some way that he can come up here and address the crowd. And, the first thought was maybe reminiscing about how things were, but it came through this presentation of tillage, past, present, and future. And I'm pretty confident that the title here has nothing to do with what they're going to talk about. But but I promise you it should be enlightening. So with that, Jason. Here, you need this. Here, you can start.
I'll start. Jason's gonna let me start, I guess. So yeah, I'm excited about this presentation, and I'm gonna tell you why, because I've seen the slides, and I still don't know what Jason's gonna say. And so, but it'll be. I will say this though, it is a topic when we talk about tillage systems in Oklahoma, and you know where we've been, where we are now, where we think we're going. Jason and I are both pretty passionate about this topic, and so if we get a little preachy today, you know, bear with us. One thing I wanted to share with you though, as you think about things, is most of you that know me know I spent 16 years in Kansas, and one of the things that we have with erosion. So this lake's not in Oklahoma. Okay, it probably could be, but when we talk about some of our lakes and sediment in them. This lake is on most of our Corps of Engineers lakes were built with 100-year design life. You know, not many of them are on schedule, but this one is. And so you look at that, that's about a 3/4 of a mile long bridge across the northern part of Tuttle Creek Lake, north of Manhattan. And you get a nice little windstorm on it, and all of a sudden you got a dust storm on your lake. And so, so certainly silted in there and some challenges with erosion, I think that we're going to talk about. And while we don't see this as much as we used to, and my point of reference, as I told Jason when we were putting this together, my point of reference when I think about this is really 1980, because Greg, that was the year I was born. It was 80. You know, and so that's when I came to school here in Stillwater. And so you look at the cropping systems around Stillwater at that time frame, and then you look at them now, they're quite a bit different. And so we certainly don't see this as much as we used to, but it still exists. And so I'm going to let Jason talk a little bit about some of this erosion and what's happened in not just the United States, but also the Oklahoma area.
All right, and I want to echo about the reservoirs. Yeah, I grew up in Woods County. And my mom, she grew up in Cherokee, so periodically we go over to Salt Plains Lake. And I don't know this for sure, but I was told that back when I was younger that you could walk across that damn thing. I never did try it because it was pretty kind of gross with all the gars laying across on the banks that people would catch and throw out. But that was the same kind of deal, you know, in the late 90s, early 2000s, that thing was 50 years old and it was full, or at least partially full. And you think about the value of that reservoir as a flood control structure, as a recreational area, and then I don't think anybody uses it for water. But it's kind of striking when you think about where we are today, how much money we would actually spend as a society to dredge that thing, which is zero. And you think about where we're at. And so that kind of stuff, and then along with productivity, soil, and all these things we talk about that is degraded by erosion is kind of what drives this presentation and why we want to talk about it. But this data here, the NRCS, they provide every 5 years, Caleb, the National Resource Inventory for all the states. And my best understanding of how they do this is they go out and take point measurements. They go out across the landscape at pre-designated points and just see what's there and what's going on in the landscape, whether tillage intensity and whether it's rangeland or cropland. Is that about right, Caleb? But anyway, this is from 1982. And you know, you look at it and you compare us to these boys up in the Corn Belt, and we don't look so bad. This is what is referred to as sheet and rill erosion. And then and so it's water erosion. The only thing that's missing in that number is gully erosion. But gully erosion, as far as tonnage moved off per acre, is pretty low relative to sheet and rill, because sheet and rill is the stuff that's moving soils down slope. And then the gullies are really channelized. But, you know, we don't look so bad. And then here is in 2017. So what's that, 40 years almost, they've really reduced their erosion. And so during that period of time between the early 80s and then, recently, or actually early 80s into the late 90s, we saw a pretty significant amount of erosion reduction. And that came as a result of a variety of things that we'll talk about. I did zoom in. This is from 2007. And I put this here because the blue dots are the water erosion. And of course, it's right here. And this is cropland water erosion on cropland. And then this is wind erosion. And so you see we have those two major sources of erosion, water erosion downstate, and then some wind erosion downstate. And then a lot of the wind erosion is out in high plains. And that was, of course, demonstrated yesterday on a monumental scale, what kind of soil can move. And some of these soils, like where I grew up, the ground that my dad farmed was blow sand along the north side of the Cimarron in Woods County, 200-ton erosion potential per acre if it's devegetated and let it rip. That's how many tons of soil that could be moved, downwind in that sandy soil. And same thing goes out here. You devegetate those soils out there on average, just and slick them smooth, you're talking about 150 to 200 tons per acre moved in a year without proper conservation. And so that's why you see those heavy erosion rates. And so when we look at, there's a lot of things that are fascinating to me in this slide. This is the annual average erosion by wind in the blue, and orange is the water erosion. And so if you really look at that, you see that we brought the average wind erosion from 3 tons down to 1.5 tons. And so that, 3 tons and 1.5 tons, that's including all the cropland acres. So the guys over in eastern Oklahoma that don't move any, and the guys out in the high plains farming sands that move many, many tens of tons per year, even with fairly good practices, is what that. But what's fascinating is how much we reduced it. We cut it in half almost from 82 to 2007. And that's because unlike water erosion, wind erosion is in your face. And you don't want wind erosion. If you have a field blowing in the panhandle on a 50-mile-an-hour day, you will get a phone call. 70-mile-an-hour day like they had yesterday, you ain't gonna get a phone call because everybody's got that problem. But a 40, 50-mile-an-hour wind, you're gonna get a phone call and be told to stop that ground from blowing. And we at our research station in Guyman actually got those phone calls back during 2011. So anyway, but another thing that's interesting to note is this uptick in the amount of erosion in the last 20 years. So in the 90s, we actually were at the minimum. And part of the reason why it got an uptick, especially on the water erosion, is that they changed the way they calculate it. They went from an old, really very simple way of calculating it in the universal soil loss equation. Then they changed the revised universal soil loss equation. And so you got a little uptick in erosion and on the water. But what you see is you also starting to see a little uptick in the wind erosion. And they've been calculating wind erosion the same during this whole process. And so that uptick in wind erosion is something that is happening out in the landscape that the NRCS is seeing, and it's coming out as increased erosion. And the best I can figure is that it's an increase in the row crops in the state of Oklahoma, because and that's where Randy's done an awesome job of looking at some crop history data that I think you'll really enjoy, is that this uptick in row crops is causing those numbers to go up a little bit. And then think about that when you look at the row crop distribution in Oklahoma in the 30s when Randy shows that. And think about what was going on in the lack of conservation practice in the 1930s. So, and this is kind of what that slide says. Now I'm moving to a little of the tillage history. You want to cover the tillage history, or you want me? Well, so essentially we need to define tillage as these different things. Conventional tillage, by definition, of the NRCS at least, at some period of time, and they change definitions, but these are probably pretty close, Caleb, still today. Less than 15% residue, that's the kind of ground that you really don't notice. 15% is very hard to notice residue, in my opinion. And then 15 to 30%, you can see that the guys made effort to keep the ground at least some level of residue. And then conservation tillage is greater than 30%. And if you think about what Deanne said earlier, is that she's seeing evaporative water losses that are not affected by the residue amount in irrigated ground until you get up north of 80% residue. So this standard of 30% ground cover is really not that much residue when it comes to what we really want in Western, the Western soils to really tamp down evaporation. But it does really do an effective job at reducing erosion. And so that's no-till, ridge till, and mulch till. And I'll let Randy go a little bit on this stuff.
So how many used to see this all the time? When I first moved to Kansas in 1989, I had a buddy who used to give me a hard time because he ran a custom harvest crew. And he said, yeah, he goes, if you're cutting wheat in Oklahoma, when that combine made the last pass, you better get your equipment out of the field because the farmer was going to drop a match. And so certainly, if I go back to that 1980 reference of mine, you could see this, you see smoke forever, and again, I lived in Kansas for a long time, and they burned the Flint Hills there, that pasture, and John stepped out, I think, but they burned that pretty much every other year, a lot of it, and you could see the flames from Manhattan looking to the southeast, from there. So, but this was what it looked like in wheat country in Oklahoma for a lot. Burn it and then plow it. And so, so I think one of the things that the take home message is, and probably be on the last slide, is we've come a long ways in what we do, but I still think we've got some ways to go and some things. And Jason, you can jump in on this as well, but really this is the data. We used to have some really good CTIC data that they collected on tillage practices, in states, and they stopped that around 2004 or 5, somewhere in there. And interestingly enough, both Jason and I used this data when we interviewed for a job here way back when it was. And this is not the same slide, but we had one. But if you look at what's happening with this, with the conventional tillage, and even you see from that 98 or that 2000 frame, kind of just what Jason was talking about earlier, we see this increase in conventional tillage in Oklahoma during that time frame. And that's coming at the expense. If you look at the total conservation tillage, yeah, it's pretty much the same across the whole thing, but really it's the acreage is coming at the expense of reduced tillage. Those areas that were in that 15 to 30% residue end up getting tilled a little bit more. And Jason, I'm gonna let you hit this a little bit. Kind of 2 different data sets combined. Yeah.
So what I want to point out here is it just kind of another graphical representation of that uptick in intensive tillage or conventional tillage. And then these bars shift quite a little bit from 2004 to 2012. We really didn't have any good sources of data. Chad Godsey and Edwards, and I think Randy was involved in some surveys, but there wasn't any real ground truthing. Farmer surveys are good, but the ground truthing that went into the CTIC, and I guess this 2012, that's actually NASS data, which is the National Ag Statistics Service. That's those pesky surveys they send every farmer, regardless of how many acres they have. But you would have answered questions about tillage in 12 and 17 were the first 2 years. And what I want to point out is how we had an uptick in intensive tillage and then a decline. And we saw this increase. And in these 2 years, the conservation tillage actually represents our no-till. So in 12, and by the time we got to 2012, we were about 35% no-till. And then in 2017, we were about the same. And then the fortunate thing is that we're seeing an increase in the reduced till. Because personally, and I get into this a little bit later, personally, I don't really see us going much further into no-till. I think we've adopted on an acre basis about as much no-till as we'll get. We're not going to get all of it. And as a result of the way our farming systems are, and I'm not going to say that people are idiots for not adopting no-till, because like Randy's got some other cool data on farm sides that kind of tell us some of the story about what we see. And 10 years or 12 years ago, when I first started, Francis Eplin would tell you that the economics of scale on no-till are good. The bigger you are, the better it is. And if you rotate with summer crops, you're better off. But if you're a wheat farmer running cattle, it's kind of a hard deal to push. And the smaller that operation on the dual purpose grain only wheat rotation, the smaller the farmer is, the more challenging. And it's fun to see now, 12 years later. But anyway, another thing that's interesting about this CTIC data is in the onset from the 89 to 2004, we just started seeing a creeping of no-till management into the state of Oklahoma. And then from 2004 to around 2008, I think the NRCS, if you were to see the distribution of cost share dollars among the different practices, that's what they pushed from 2005 to 2010 or 15. And that's, I mean, right, Caleb? I mean, you can see the impact of the interaction with Oklahoma State University, the CCAs and the NRCS and the Conservation Commission. It was very rapid. We went from a little bit of nothing. But in the beginning, what's fascinating is that these no-till acres were coming in at the expense of essentially mulch till, which is like sweet type tillage. And you talked to my predecessor, Jim Stigler, and in the 80s and essentially the 80s, that's what they were pushing because Roundup wasn't cheap and they didn't have all these chemistries. So we got a lot of mulch till in, and then we essentially replaced the mulch till with no-till. And so I think we even saw, if we were to look at the data, if we had better data from 2004 to 2018. But this is some stuff I'll let Randy talk about since he.
Yeah, it's interesting because, I worked with Jim Stigler as a student here, way back in the day. And that's when Roundup was $100 a gallon and diesel fuel is about 60 cents a gallon. And you want to talk about no-till. And so that was a real challenging time. But I think if you look at this, we broke out this data from NASS based on farm size. And the graph on the right is farms larger than 2,000 acres. And if you look at that, about 40% no-till. It really didn't change from 12 to 17. But a slight increase in no-till, but all the farms is down around 35%. It's capacity, right? You're farming more ground, you got to be able to get over it. But again, I think some of that's coming at the expense of intensive tillage. You don't see the intensive tillage numbers as high on those farms. And Jason and I have lamented about this data. I'd like to see a breakout at 5,000 acres and larger and see what that number looks like. Because again, I think it's just going to keep going up as we think about those other farms. Because if we look at the ones, and now just replace this one graph with 1,000 acres, so basically in that 2,000 to 2,000 acres, and you see slightly less no-till than the average, but again, significantly less than those larger farms. And again, we talk about larger equipment, being able to get over land, and it's real simple math. If you think about a 100-foot sprayer at 10 miles an hour, I'm 100 acres an hour. And if I'm gonna pull a 60-foot wide sweep at 6 miles an hour, I'm doing good to get to 40 acres an hour. And so when I've got area to cover, field capacity is king. That's what drives all of our production is that time. And so I pulled some of the NASS data for crops in Oklahoma because I'll tell you when I got really curious about this was 2018, I think it was, when we were talking about hitting 1 million acres of cotton. And I'm sitting here, again, my point of reference being 1980, I start thinking about, wow, we could be all-time high acres of cotton in the state. And until you go back into the 30s and we had about 4 million acres of cotton in the state. And so we were nowhere close to it. But this data is going back to almost 1900, and you see this is wheat, always been our dominant crop. But look at all these other crops that we had: soybeans and cotton and corn, way back in that time frame. When we had all these people that are coming into Oklahoma, moving here to farm from other places in the world, going, I'm going to plow it and I'm going to grow corn. And then all of a sudden they figure out, well, I can grow some corn, but I can't grow Illinois corn in Oklahoma. And so, so it's a little bit different. And again, this is just a percentage of acres. Now this is not all crop acres in Oklahoma. I pulled wheat, cotton, soybeans, corn, and grain sorghum. That's Milo for you non-academics. And it's late, isn't it? Man. Do they teach Milo in plant soil science, or do they teach grain sorghum? That's the students over there. But anyways, yeah, I think I'm funny. That's really all that matters to me. But if you look at the percentage, so I pulled those 5 crops, and we've got other crops we grow, but not on the magnitude of those 5. So those are really the ones that I looked at. And I think the thing is we talk about crop diversity, because that's, as Jason already alluded, that's our key. And Dayton Lambert gave a really good presentation on resistance and the economics of resistant weeds, things. It's that crop diversity is going to be our key. I think one of our challenges is, even though when we look at this and we talk about, and this, I just took wheat off the graph, okay, because wheat dominates. So this is the same data, and this is acres harvested, not planted of the crops. But again, if we think about that diversity, the real key is still, even though we're growing these crops, it doesn't mean we're rotating. We're growing irrigated corn in the Panhandle, on irrigated corn. And the same in the Southwest on some of our cotton. Our furrow irrigated cotton is cotton on cotton on cotton, the same as our wheat. So some of those areas aren't rotating, though the crop diversity might be different. And another thing I think that I wanted to point out a little bit is when you look at the data and you take the percentage of harvested acres just for wheat, percentage of harvested acres versus planted. And certainly there's a lot of noise in that data going up and down. You hit a drought year and all of a sudden what you planted, you don't harvest, or whatever it might be. But that's 100 years of data. And it's pretty significantly, our percent of harvested is going down. So we're grazing out more wheat than we did way back at the turn of the century or in the 40s. Now we got a lot less wheat as well, but some challenges there. Now I started looking at the data a little closer, because I'm sitting here thinking, well, where are all our cotton acres? Where are our wheat acres? And so again, this is basically the same data for all of our counties. I think one of the big things that Jason and I talked about, when you look at this slope here, look at the drop in acres of wheat since, when is that? 1980. What crop's picking up that land? CRP. That acreage is coming out of production. And so, because we don't have a crop that's taking it back up, and whether it was in CRP or just going into grass or something else, Mike, you're right. That's area that's coming out of production. And I wanted to look a little bit closer. So I pulled our cotton counties down in the cotton patch in the southeast, Ouachita, Tillman, Jackson, Beckham, Harmon County, could throw Greer in there as well. And that dark blue line is the cotton acreage, and the pink is still the wheat. The orange line is grain sorghum. Look at all the grain sorghum we were growing down there in the 40s and 60s in that time frame. And one of the things that's interesting to me since I've been here, well, it doesn't matter where you go. I mean, I've talked to farmers all over the world, and every one of them will tell you it's harder where they are than it is anywhere else. But I'll go to a meeting and somebody will tell me, we just can't grow Milo around here. And I'm going, really? I drove by Milo for 20 miles coming into town. And I know there's Milo south of you, but you can't grow it here. And so I think some of that is and there's a lot of things that drive this that we talked about, whether it's going into CRP, Caleb, whether it's what's being pushed by NRCS or for program priorities, farm bills. There's a lot of things that influence this data and the way it shifts. And so it'd be nice to sit down with a couple of beverages of choice with some people and talk about maybe what some of those things were at some time. Here's our wheat counties, the core of our wheat: Kingfisher, Alfalfa Woods, Custer, Blaine Major, those counties in there. It's all wheat, but again, you see that same thing. You watch those wheat acres decline, and that's acreage that's coming out of production. Then I want to look at that north central area, because again, I said my point of reference is 1980, come to school here. When you drove north out of Stillwater, back in the early 80s, it was wheat. It wasn't much. You might see some corn on a creek bottom somewhere. But now, if you look at this, so this is K. Garfield, Noble, and Grant County, still kind of in that wheat area quite a bit. But if you look at this uptick right here in soybeans, that's almost all K County driving that. K County is the biggest soybean producing county in the state right now. And so now when we think about diversity, if I just look at K County, yeah, there's still a lot of wheat in there, Shannon, in K County, but there's a lot of other crops that are being rotated with wheat that we're not seeing in counties out to the west. And you got the landscape changes, Jason.
What's interesting about some of the stuff that, and I'll point out a couple of things about what Randy said, is so my wife's family farms in Grant County, so I know some of the growers up there, and they've really done an amazing job of figuring out how to grow soybeans in Grant County and K County. It's very productive, but they'll get there for a while when wheat was cheap. They were catching themselves wanting to grow soybeans on soybeans on soybeans, and most of them would say, "No, I got to rotate back to wheat because my ground's getting too tight." But they were always tempted just to let it rip. And then north of there in Kansas, there's places where they've been pretty successful with cotton. And it's like, why don't we just grow cotton every damn year in southern Kansas? Does that sound like a good idea? But when we find something that's profitable, we tend to just keep wanting to do it over and over and over. And the challenge with that is it'll be profitable, just like Dayton showed at the beginning, when pest pressures are low. And Lofton alluded to this, and I give Lofton a lot of crap because prior to Lofton coming here, I don't remember having near as many problems with bugs in soybeans in northern Oklahoma or Milo. You know, he came and then we got the damn Daphid, right? And then we got chinch bugs and false chinch bugs. And I'm pretty sure he brought all that kind of stuff up here in his lunchbox or something. But what it was is that was about the time after about 10 or 15 years of growing these crops in this environment, right? So think about that. It's fascinating to think about where we've come and where we're going. And that's why I put this slide in here to the question about CRP, because I always hear a lot about CRP and it takes a lot of land out of production. CRP is the orange little blip at the bottom. And then we've lost 3 million acres approximately of cropland. About 670,000 acres since 1982 went to CRP. 1.7 million went to hay and pastures. So that's either, and some of that could have been cost shared, right, Caleb? I don't know what that program is, but you can go and ask for help to establish perennial improved grasses like Bermuda grass. And a lot of it would have been just guys doing it because they were tired of farming to grow forage for their cattle. So why not just get rid of the farming deal and grow Bermuda grass or fescue or something? And then you have about 1.3 million acres of range lost, and then forest gain is about 600,000, and that's woody plant encroachment. I think John Weir might be able to attest to what that is, but I think it's probably woody plant encroachment into rangeland. And then you have 860,000. I was kind of shocked because our population is not that high. But that last number, almost 900,000 acres were lost to development of whatever kind. And then the question I also had, and you know, soil nerds may not be so intrigued by that, but what did we take land? So you know, there's a lot of effort to take the least productive, most erodible land out of production. But this slide tells me that we did not do that proportionally. We took 50% of the land out of production into CRP or grass, and it was not the most erodible and lowest quality land since the 80s. Because the reason I say that is about 50% of the land moved into CRP was prime. And so you only have a change in the cropland prime percentage. The percentage of cropland that's prime went from 67% to 72%. So you had a 5% change in the amount of the cropland that is prime. And we have you know, 300,000 acres of prime farm ground according to the way the NRCS, and I'm sorry to keep pointing at you, but you're the only guy in the room. And you guys do a great job. What this shows is the NRCS has been doing a good job, but this is probably one of the only failures I'd point out with respect to CRP and planting grass is that we've not targeted those acres towards highly erodible land or less than prime farm ground. HEL, it could be a higher percentage of HEL land, which is highly erodible land, you know, but it's not taking the unproductive land out of production and maintaining higher and higher percentages of prime ground in that. So then the question is where do we go from here? We know all this and we see a lot of things happening that's been talked about today. And I would say we have tremendous pressure to go back to iron, tremendous pressure. And the big one to me is the resistance of weeds. And I don't think about tomorrow. I think about the end of my career. Because when I do, like I just went through the final phase of my promotion program where I become a full professor. And in order to do that, you have to justify your existence for the last 10 years and provide some, evidence of what you've done as an extension specialist and how the world has changed as you with you in it. And so we talk about, this adoption of no-till, reduction of conservation, or reduction of tillage intensity and all these things. But then the question is when I look out at Kansas, it's got 26 species that are resistant to some sort of herbicide. And I know that that's happened primarily in the last 20 years, if not 10, during my tenure at this university. And I still got 20 more years to go, guys. And so that's where I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking about. And I'm not trying to, in the next few slides, I'm not talking about just going back to tillage and forgetting about no-till because it's very critical, especially in the very fragile environments we have. It's very critical from a conservation standpoint and a productivity standpoint, like Deanne talked about. But my concern is right now is that we'll go right back to conventional tillage, heavy steel, mow boards, heavy multiple passes with discs and things like that. And that's where I kind of want to have a discussion about and think about why we would want to till. And for me, the biggest one is to help manage the weeds. Because like Dayton said, if we just skip 1 year of using a product, then we can prolong that product's life by a long ways and long-term profitability. And now the question I have is, are we too far past a lot of these things? And I don't know if that's the case or not. When you can use it to prepare a seed bed, to me, this is much less of an important thing with today's modern planting equipment, like planters. You can buy a planter and it'll put seed through concrete. Most planters, and I've never seen one off the shelf that wouldn't put a seed through concrete if you set it to do it. You just have to set it to do it. And drills, you can get drills that are pretty light with light down pressure on the row units, but most of them are heavy enough to get through some level of trash. And then now our equipment's so damn big that it's not as problematic as it was when we were running, 40-horse tractors back in the day, when we converted all this ground from diverse crop rotations and listed bed row crops to monoculture wheat. We're just different. We still think we've got to do it the same way we've always done it. But anyway, so smooth ruts I think there's a tremendous challenge with ruts and gullies and things like that washed into a soil. I don't know that tillage is really the answer for all of those, especially the erosion caused ones. And then stratification, you've seen some of the work that Arnold's talked about, even the work that Peter was talking about where we see the stratification. And that's a serious thing. I mean, I grew up in my educational program working on nutrient management, and stratification of nutrients in some watersheds is extremely problematic from a downstream water quality standpoint. And so we need to think about that as resource managers. Is it worthwhile from even a water quality standpoint to try to alter that stratification periodically to keep it from, because what I saw in Peter's talk is I saw that the cover crops were depleting the near surface subsoil of phosphorus and they were not accumulating it at the surface. Why do you think that is based on what his talk was about? You remember that? What do you say about the soluble phosphorus loss in a cover crop system? Higher. So where do you think why? And so I suspect you're changing the dynamics of things and you're actually not accumulating at the very near surface. because more of it's being lost. And so there's some fascinating things that we're learning after 15 years of doing this no-till stuff. Some of it's good, some of it's bad. Incorporating lime, reduce compaction, burn. Oh, I don't know what that means. But anyway, so I'm going to talk a little bit about managing weeds. I
told you I didn't know what he was.
I get to
gonna say.
blow
He
it,
didn't
and I'm
either.
sorry. I got to get going because it's 3:30. Huh? Yeah. Burn fuel and time. That's what I meant. Burn fuel and time. If you want to burn fuel and time, I spent all summer running around in a circle on a disc when I was a kid. But anyway, so resistance drives and the need for alternative herbicides that are less effective at weed growth. And what I mean by that is that the challenge we have now is it's not as simple as what Dayton was saying, right? Because I go out and I've got a couple thousand acres and I go scout, a few hundred acres are planted into something, and I got to go out there and kill the weeds. And I don't have a sprayer myself, or I have my sprayer, it doesn't matter, but I don't have a sprayer. So I go out, I find the weeds are this tall. And most weeds I can kill when they're this tall with the products that we have, right? But then it rains 2 inches. And I've got terraces that hold water, and I've got dead firs that hold water. So I got to wait a couple of days for them to dry down. And then I call the co-op. They say, well, it's going to be a week because everybody in the country wants their crap sprayed tomorrow, and you're going to have to wait a week. Then the weeds are this big, and then they're all off label. And what's a challenge for me as a conservationist is and you guys as CCAs, I mean, how many times do we really spray stuff that's off label because the weeds are too big? Never, ever. But it's just something to think about. And then some of the stuff we'll talk about later is so we've started looking some of the stuff that Grace does that she didn't print it today, but we've got this study here where we're looking at sweet tillage to control windmill grass. And when I first put this idea out, onto Twitter, I took some pictures and I got some comments back about how, you shouldn't be doing tillage work. And I'm like, but this grass right here, you cannot kill this with herbicide. And they said, oh yeah, you can. Just put 40 ounces of glyphosate and 32 ounces of gramoxone 2 weeks later, and then maybe hit it with glyphosate or whatever you want. That was just, some of them were getting up to 100 ounces plus of glyphosate telling me this stuff. I'm like, well, that's way the hell off label, right, Grace? I think 42 ounces is the max, I believe, but don't quote me on that because I haven't looked at the label. But anyway, 2 or 3 applications of application, 2 weeks apart throughout the, fallow period and all this stuff. And I said, why can't you just run a damn sweep plow through there? But anyway, so we ran one of these sweep plows because that's what we have. And so we looked at multiple sweep passes, a single sweep pass compared to chemistry. And then we looked at a single sweep pass with chemistry of different types versus no-till with these same chemistries, and then just multiple passes as many times as we had to disc it to kill the crap. And so what we found, this is just comparing a single sweep to the chemical, to the 1 and 2 passes with the sweep. And this is control of the windmill grass. So 2 passes with the sweep and it was gone. And then more interestingly, the following year after wheat harvest, this is the no-till with, I think it had 42 ounces of glyphosate, I think is what this had back here. And so you see that it knocked it back and then it regrew. And then the next year it was still there. But along each side of it, the sweep kept it out and the disc, it's gone. But the question is, do we want a disc or do we want to sweep one time or twice? But it's gone. And where we tried to spray it, it's still there. And then another thing, this is the sweep with these different chemicals. This is chemical 1, which is 32 ounces of Roundup and 16 ounces of Weed Master and some AMS. And then this one has the paraquat, and then that's a higher rate of Roundup. And then this is the Select Max followed by paraquat, and it pretty much didn't do squat. But these sweep treatments, that's a single pass with a sweep, and then followed up with these chemistries, and then we have the disc treatment. And here's just some yield data. I don't get too excited about a single year worth of yield data, but the chemical is 38 bushel, then 36, and those are probably really not all that significant. That one might be significantly greater than these two, and then there's the rest of them. But you see down here, particularly that chemical treatment fell back, and that's the pressure from the grass. And we now have it. So if you want to go and check this out, where we have a solid, perfect stand of windmill grass, you go to Grant County, you go 2 miles north of the Waukeeta Road on 132 and take a right. And there's some plots a half mile down the road, and that's solid, perfect stand like you planted it. Windmill grass. It's a perfect place to do this research. So long and short, I'll finish up. I hope we're not running over time, but what should our goals be? And this is kind of what I'm looking at is that I think we need to think about applying tillage to remedy some of these problems. I don't want to see us revert back to zero no-till and 80 or 75% of intensive tillage, because the high plains will blow away. I mean, it's literally going to blow away if we do that. But we have to have some approach to combat some of these problems. And I think we need to use periodic reduced tillage to help us with our herbicide resistance and some of these nutrient problems we need to think about, at least start doing some research on them. My goal is to limit the conversion back to intensive tillage. In fact, Randy and I have talked a lot about how we get the rest of the intensive tillage into some sort of reduced till. I think that's the lower hanging fruit. A lower hanging fruit is to try to reduce the intensity of our most intensive tillage than it is to try to bring more acres into no-till, in my opinion. I think we've got better shot of looking at that intensive tillage and reducing that. And so just some fun, interesting facts. I'll go real quick on these implements is that, you got a disc, moldboard, vertical tillage. All these things are meant to redistribute the residue, either to downsize it and then mix it with near surface soil. Like, Peter talked about a vertical tillage machine. That's at best about 2 or 3 inches deep. The most aggressive one's 2 or 3 inches deep, and kind of mix it in the soil. But they're all made to downsize or bury the soil or the residue. And so I'm not a huge fan of them. What's a fascinating thing, is the disc, and I'll just skip the next slide, is the disc was considered a conservation tool back in the day because they were comparing that to a damn no-board plow. The problem is discs don't kill weeds. They don't really do a good job of killing weeds. If you have mare's tail this tall, you tell me how many times you got to pass over it with a disc to kill it, to kill all of it. And I'm saying at least twice, if not 3 times, because it just kind of goes around it. But these sweep plows, they don't invert the soil, and they can be extremely aggressive or not very aggressive at all. And they're a highly diverse group of implements. And a sweep plow with a blade, and I'll show that's made to kill weeds with minimal disturbance to the surface. I showed you a 5-foot plow. Many of you guys might not run those or even ever seen them if you're in headed ground, because they're more of a high plains deal or sandy ground type deal. But I've had pretty good success running them through Grant silt loams and pretty good heavy soil. Like I say, the challenge is to try to reduce our tillage intensity. And when you think about what Deanne said, she's talking about the value of residue. Well, if we could kill the weeds and maintain the residue, then we can get a lot of value out of the residue. Because what she didn't really talk about how it protects the soil from crusting and things, increases infiltration. And I'll tell you right now, I've seen irrigated ground where we had a problem with a strip till unit, and it skated the residue down a little ways and left like 30 feet of bare ground versus the rest of the field covered with 80 bushel wheat straw. And every time the pivot passed until we got full canopy corn, that ground where it was removed was running water downhill. And it's because of the way it affected the infiltration rate. Then that's not even to discuss how it influences the evaporative rate. But if we could use some of these tools to maintain that residue on the surface, we'd get a lot of the benefits that we get out of no-till, but then we could combat these weeds. And Randy, I think, you probably talk, I like these machines with a really shallow blade, mainly because they don't disturb the surface as much. And I can run them shallow just to clip the weeds off and they die faster. That way, if it does rain, they're less likely to come back. You got comments about that? Because I think we're almost done.
Yes. So certainly, when we talk about those low lift sweeps, I was cutting my teeth as an extension specialist in Kansas when we started getting the Fallow King and the Fallow Master tools coming in. They were replacing those 5-foot blades. And I will say this about that Noble blade, or whatever you want to call it, the 5-foot sweeps. That's from an engineering standpoint. I'm a member of the American Society of Biological and Agricultural Engineers. Historical landmark out in the Panhandle for the plow that saved the plains, and that's what that plow was, because it maintained that surface residue. But you basically have to run a blade a little bit deeper than the lift that it has. So if you got a blade that lifts like those old sweep blades, if it lifts 3 inches of soil, then you've got to run it about 5 inches deep just to keep it in the ground. Now, when we start talking about something that's got 1.25 inches lift, now you can run it much shallower. And I promise you, on a good hot day when the wind's blowing, you don't need auto steer to tell you where you've been. You see the stuff dying. It's wilted by the time you get back around. And so those are the kinds of things I think we'd like to see, because again, if we're talking about weed control, maintaining residue, and I'm a no-till guy, I always have been, but I'm with Warren on this. We're not going to all be no-till. But there's a place in there, and I come back to what Jim Stigler said to me again many years ago. If we listen to these guys that have been around and seen a lot, he was talking about rotational tillage. And when you start looking at crops, and okay, I'm going to make some tillage passes when I need to, especially to control some of these weeds that it's not economical to spray. And so that's I think that's kind of where we are. Oh, do you want to get into your organic stuff?
Well, I don't think I could show these videos.
Yeah, all right. Probably a good, I'm going to save you from this.
No. Wait a minute. Take a picture of this. The reason I put this on here is these are videos and pictures of machines that are hydro weeders, essentially is what they're calling them. But these are either mechanical machines that have sensors that avoid the crop and like have rotary machine like weeders, or there's guys sitting up on the equipment moving the rotary hoe back and forth around the crop plants to kill the weeds. And if you watch these, I encourage you to watch these. Some of them, notice how soft and supple the soil is and realize that that's not how our soil is. But we're not going to be able to run any of these unless they're very aggressive or our soil is tilled often. But it's a fascinating thing, because what do we do in 100 years and there are no more new chemistries? You think about that. And then you talk to your kids and make sure you explain to them what we did, if they ever want to farm. It's no different than pumping water out of the Ogallala. It's no different than running sediment down the stream and expecting our kids to dredge that lake. To me, it's the same kind of mining. It's just, we're mining chemistry and nobody thinks about it. But I get on.
Yeah, so he's been wound up now. Somebody pulled that string on him. I will say this. I mean, we've been there. We've had seats on implements before, right? We've been down that road. Matt, I'm not running an open platform tractor, let alone set on a tillage tool and move it around to hit weeds. But I will say this: in the last 5 years, I've seen papers come through for to publish research papers talking about flaming weeds. I'm like going, really? That didn't work in the 60s when LP gas was almost free, And so, but we're going back and revisiting some of these things. And we talk about laser zappers and sensors and things like that. Yeah, it's possible at some point, but not probable. It's not going to get us through this wave, I think, of where we're going with some of the weeds that we've got. So there are technologies that can help us, but they're a long ways from really being developed. And so I think, in summary, we've come a long ways, obviously. Production practices have changed. There's been a lot of driving factors on those. We've certainly reduced tillage intensity and we've reduced erosion. But I think we think about where are we going to go when now our herbicide, our chemistries aren't killing what's in our field, and you can't afford to spray them. You look at eastern or western Tennessee right now, where that is the epicenter of no-till. You know, when you think about western Tennessee, the Milan field day, those folks are looking at tillage because they can no longer kill some of the weeds in the crops that they're growing. So we got some challenges there. Jason talked about planters that'll plant into concrete. That's the reason I don't loan Jason my tools. But they'll plant into some pretty heavy stuff. I've not seen one go into concrete yet, but I've seen them go into some pretty hard soil. But you just need more weight. Yeah. I have filled the insecticide boxes up on a planter with seed before just to get the extra weight to get it in the ground. But so there's some challenges. I think we're looking at where we're going to go, where we want to be, and I'm going to leave you with one parting thought. And then Jason brought this up about he just recently went through, his promotion and talks about you got to talk about your achievements and all that thing. And honestly, I think since Jason was promoted to professor, very much deserved. One of the best folks we have on campus. I think that was the last haircut that he got too. And so, so anyways, if he thinks he's got 20 years left at the university, I'm thinking there's a haircut in there somewhere for him. But anyways, Brian, I don't know where we are on time. I know we're getting close. Questions?
Well, and that was, so the question is where's the prime farm ground going? And the answer is it's going back to grass. Some of it went back to CRP, but it's 600,000 acres of total, 670,000 acres of total CRP, 1.7 million of just pasture and hay ground. So that means, and at first I was like, why are people putting prime ground back into grass? But then you have to think, in 1980, we had 10 million acres of wheat. And that's wheat farmers who are running cattle on wheat, deciding they do not want to farm anymore. My brother's putting 80 acres of ground back into grass. It's not prime farm ground, but he's putting it back into grass because he's tired of jacking with running cattle on wheat pasture, and it's just that much less work. And you're still running cattle, you can still overseed if you got the moisture and put some small grains out there. But I think that's really what's happening. Would you agree, Caleb? You see a lot of this kind of data.
I'll just throw this out too. Look at what happened in the animal industry. As dairies left, they didn't need silage, they didn't need alfalfa, they need cattle, and beef cattle allowed them to use grass. So if they had long ground prime,
Yeah. And another thing too is prime farm ground here. I mean, we've got physically, like the soil we have, like up around Cherokee, Concrete, Silt Lawn, we have, and then all along where the wheat belt is from Alva down to El Reno, all the way south, that is really good soil. If you look at the physical characteristics and the depth of that and how much water it can hold, it is very, very good soil. But I mean, it's still not easy to farm there because of the freaking weather. And so that's where I think we get a lot of that prime farm ground from, just the wheat belt where all our cropland is. That's very good soil, just physically. It's just hard to farm because we live in Oklahoma. Anything else? Thanks. Any other questions for me today? Keep that up here. Yeah.
All right. John, you ready to rock and roll, Bubba? All right. So our final speaker today, by the way, is in demand because he's already had to leave at least once to go do his road show and talk to Fox or something like that. ABC, NBC, CBS on the fires. Sesame Street, that works too. But I invited John here. I don't know what he's going to say, to be honest, because, well, we don't know what John will say. But I wanted to talk about fire, even though we're a heavy cropping systems. It's already been brought up that fire has always been kind of a part of wheat production at times. And so just wanted John to give kind of a little bit of a background or framework on it. Here's, hang this over your head, but you're also speaking out. So this is our online audience.
You sure? Or
Yep.
does it just zap me whenever I do something?
Well,
All right. There's my clicker. All right. How are y'all doing today? Good deal. Good deal. We're going to talk about something that I like to talk about, and that's fire. And so some people might have a little bit of, bring it to me. Some of y'all might have a little bit of fear of it. Some people may like it. Is it working? It's not working. Says it is. I turned it on, now it went off.
Battery dead.
That one should be on.
All right.
He's switching that.
We'll get it something like
How about that?
the last one could be, she'll like that.
That work? Or she got to turn it on?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. How about that? Everybody hear that all right? If I start twitching, my hearing aid's probably going to short out with this little ear thing, and then I'll be in really big trouble. So now, so we're going to talk about fire. That's something I really like to talk about and do that. And again, some people, fire a lot of times is a two-edged sword, because some people don't like it and they're scared of it. Other people love it. And so sometimes the people like me that love it, you got to watch them real close, because you never know what's going to happen. And that's always the big part of it. The question is, it depends on how many of y'all got some kind of ignition device in your pocket. I want to talk to the ones that do. There we go. Very good. So anyway, what I'm going to talk to us about is, I want to give you my biases. Isn't that right? At least I'm honest, right? I'm going to give you my biases, because that's what we are. That's what, but our biases should come from experience, come from fact. And that's what makes us have that opinion, right? Will Rogers once said that good judgment comes from experience, right? But most of those experiences come from bad judgment. So this is what we got to talk about. So I'm going to give you my biases on fire and kind of give you a history and a perspective about fire, and hopefully maybe change some of y'all's opinion about fire and what it's useful for and what it is and stuff like that. So a lot of times, most everybody thinks about fire historically, they look at it as lightning being the main source of fire. And for a long time, a lot of times people thought about that. But, again, if you look at it, lightning fires, they typically don't burn very big areas, because for one reason is moisture. Most of the time, most lightning events are always either occur along with rainfall or higher humidity events. And so we don't see a lot of fires, or if they do ignite, they typically are confined to pretty small areas because of that moisture regime and stuff that they're associated with. Now, granted, not saying that lightning wasn't important. It burned stuff, and it was really important at the local scale. But as a overall source of ignition in the grand scheme of things, it really wasn't there. Humans, Native Americans, were the ones that had the impact on fire and on the land. Because it's just like today, just like this meeting here, man has historically, presently, and in the future will always manage the land that they live and work on. Now, that's exactly what Jason and Randy just talked about. How do we manage and make a living off the land? Guess what? Been doing that since creation. That's what man does. We try to make life easy because we're lazy. Man's lazy, and we're going to try to do the simplest thing that we can do. Again, historically, what was their main tool they had to work with? Wasn't a chainsaw, it was fire. They had that was their tool that they used with it. And historically, that was what the impact was. And you can see a lot of historical quotes and stuff, and it was kind of interesting. One of them says, interesting, Indians often use the word wilderness. So, you think about wilderness, the term wilderness. So when I say wilderness, what do most of y'all think about? probably a pristine area not touched by humans. You know, we just let it go back to nature, right? You know, a national park, that's kind of the park and the wilderness kind of thing. Well, Native Americans looked at it as negative. They thought a wilderness was an area that's not taken care of, you know, and doing that. And one of them actually in the Miwok tribe of California stated in there, said, white man sure run this country, turned it back into a wilderness because he took fire away from the land and let it grow up. And so looking at that, also again, Native Americans, also they knew what fire was. You know, one of them stated again that burning was limited to certain members of that tribe that knew and understood how fire could be handled. That really didn't hit home to me until a couple years ago. I was in British Columbia teaching a fire school to a First Nations group. It's a tribe in Canada. They're called First Nations, and the Skedum tribe. And in that meeting the training I did, I had the hereditary chief in there and I had other chiefs, but I also had their new elected chief of fire because they had realized through their historical folklore and everything else, they always had a chief that was in charge of fire and using and understanding fire for the tribe. And I wonder how many more tribes have that, but have lost that culture and have lost that title over the years. And so that's a big part of it. And again, if you go back and look, Native Americans, again, there's been over 70 documented uses of fire, all the way from, again, as the normal things we think about fire of driving game or burning stuff to green it up, to attract wildlife, to kill, do that. Again, they used it for farming practices, you know, slash and burn agriculture. We're going to go in and burn an area, plant it, you know, and then we're going to move on and do that again in a couple of years once it grows back up, and then we're going to keep doing that, as well as just the normal day-to-day use of fire. But also they had it to an art, you know, and that's what I think the bad thing was, is Hollywood has always portrayed Native Americans as dumb people that lived on the land, and they weren't. They lived on the land and they lived with the land. And so they understood it and knew it. They actually, there was many sedges and rushes that they used for basketry purposes. They realized that if they didn't go burn those wetland areas that had those rushes and baskets and then go after the burn after it grew back, those baskets they made lasted longer on the post-burn residue that come in there. They also realized arrow making. They would come in and burn an area, and then the shrubs that they used to make arrows would resprout and grow back straighter than if they just let them go. Again, they'd be crooked and not make good arrows. They also knew times of the year when to burn specifically. So again, they had it down to when, how, and what that we could use fire. And so it was a big major part of it. And so what we're going to transition to is you're talking about a continent here in North America where fire was very prominent and very prevalent in the everyday life of its people. And again, you can look at some historians and get some good arguments going, but a lot of people believe that the population of North America before Columbus was larger than Europe. We had a larger population on North America than the European continent was. And so, but again, then you take a look at Europe and what they had done and what they had done. So in Europe, fire had become feared and hated, again, due to the thoughts of people, you know, becoming town people, community people. They started living together in communities. Again, that agrarian society, they started farming more, be less nomadic in their activities and their daily grind. And so again, fire caused that loss of property and also loss of life and stuff like that. Also, fire became associated with rituals as evil. You know, fire was always bad. And so given that look, you started seeing that. You know, and then probably the biggest thing is those towns and those communities were made of wood and straw, highly flammable materials. And so one spark, one ignition, especially in a close-knit community, again, you know, most of the time they lived in walled cities and communities within that, tight-knit. And so if one fire started at one spot, man, it was going to get the whole place. And so that was bad in doing that. There was actually a term, a Latin term in medieval England called usquem ad premium combustium. I'm sure I pronounced that perfectly correct. But what that meant is that you could lease or rent that house until it burned up. Because more than likely, your house that you rented or lived in was going to burn up before you ever died. And so that was the way it was. Yeah, you can stay here until it burns down, but that's as far as it goes. We're not going to guarantee anything after that. So that's a big term. Also going through looking at stuff, the average Russian village was found to have burned down at least every 20 to 30 years throughout most of Russia. And, you know, ironically, that's the same frequency that most of the forests caught fire too. But we're not really sure if it was the forest that caught fire that burnt the town down, or did the town catch on fire and catch the forest on fire? But ironically, it was all the same. Again, you know, we all learned in, you know, throughout time, you know, Nero fiddled while Rome burned at the end of, you know, that was the end of Rome, the demise of the Roman Empire. Well, guess what? There was 40 significant fires in Rome from 31 BC to 410 AD, significant enough to be recorded in history about damage to the city of Rome. So fire was big, and it was something that they looked at. Again, we see laws about fire. 281 BC, wooden shingles were banned on houses after the Pyrrhic War because of the flammability of it. 281. You know, 1200 AD, England laid down rules about arrangements of combustibles, tubs of water, fire watch, firefighting duties in their town. So again, you had to do certain things. And again, that fear of fire and control of wanting to control fire has changed a whole lot of, you know, of our day-to-day lives even now. Again, laws enacted a long time ago to do that. But the biggest thing was the town of Oxford, England burnt down at one time, and even burnt part of the Oxford University down. And so when they rebuilt it, they enacted a law and they ordered that a bell would be rung every night at 8 o'clock. And at that time, all the inhabitants of the town were to cover their fire for the day. And that's where we get our word curfew, which is from a French word, I mean, that's curfew, something like that. It's cover your fire at night. So the term curfew is an anti-fire term. And those pictures up there on that, those are called curfew bells. They're actually brass or clay pots that you turned upside down over all your coals, and you covered it up at night. So that way the wind picked up, it didn't blow your embers around, start a fire. And if you didn't, you were going to be penalized some way, shape, or form to not meeting the curfew of covering your fire, because fire was bad. And so again, we give us, you know, everything is always termed about how bad fire is, you know, what is wrong with it. And again, that was that European legacy. Now, again, not all of Europe was anti-fire. There was still fire being used. Most of those people were outlaws. And interestingly enough, a lot of them got sent to the colonies in North America. A lot of them got sent to Australia because they were outlaws, but they still used fire. And those people embraced fire, got there to a point. And so that's where we go back to here to North America. So again, before the Civil War, 75% of the Caucasian population in the southeastern US were from England, France, or Spain, and were historically pastoral herders that used fire. And so when they got to southeastern US, they embraced the Cherokee, Choctaw ways of life on using fire. And again, and continue to use that and doing that. And so as you start to trace that history of fire and lack of fire and what goes on, you can start to see this. So this graph up here, this map was created in about 1885 by a gentleman that traveled across the United States looking at the forested areas. So that's why you got a big gap in the Great Plains and stuff, because he was only looking at the forested areas that had trees, because again, they think that's the only place that's important. If it's got trees, it's important. And the darker oranges that you see up there, again, like most of Oklahoma, a lot of that, he was claiming that more than 10% of that area was burned every year. And so again, look how much fire was in the eastern US. That's 1885, Industrial Revolution. Still a lot of fire going on. on doing that. And so again, things start to happen and surmount, and that's, what you always see. So in 1910, they call it the year of the big blow up. In 1910, wildfires spread throughout most of the US. And actually from all the fires this last year, I heard on the news, a lot of references to 1910 and the big blow up. And again, we had years where there was, or in 1910, millions of acres burned. Whole towns were totally engulfed, burned up. People were killed. Again, one report, Montana and Idaho, over 3 million acres were estimated burned, and it killed 85 people just in Montana and Idaho alone. I know one town in Michigan was totally destroyed. I forget, there was well over 100 people, I think, died in that one fire from doing that. Huge fires, especially in the Pacific Northwest and doing that. So again, 1910, you have big fires. What happens in 1911? The government gets involved. Oh my gosh, knee-jerk reaction. We got to pass legislation to stop all this or to do something about it. So in 1911, we have the Weeks Act, which provided matching funds for fire suppression to the states from the federal government. So the federal government got into the firefighting business in 1911 on doing that. And then even in 1927, the Clark-McNary Act, which is a forestry act, they were going to withhold funds from states that tolerated, controlled, or prescribed burning and to keep their money away from them if they promoted fire or allowed it to happen. You can do it, but we're not going to give you no money. It's kind of like speed limits on highways, right? You don't have to have a speed limit on your highway, but if you want federal funds to have nice highways, you better have it at a certain level. So they're doing that. 1927 too, the American Forestry Association, they led a fire suppression campaign in the South called the Dixie Crusaders. They traveled throughout the South. They handed out over 2 million pieces of information, mainly all to school kids, because they knew they couldn't hand it out to the adults because it was a waste of their time. Probably because half of them couldn't read and the other half didn't care. They didn't want to listen to what they said, right? So you got to change a generation. You got to change a mindset. And there's actually, data going back that far that showed that within about 6 to 10 years after that, the amount of fire was drastically reduced in the South because of the impacts of that program. Again, anti-fire. Also, the American Forestry Association, was the Association of Foresters, was their research base and published their journal. They would not publish any research articles that promoted the use of prescribed fire. If they did publish it, they would put a disclaimer on it. Also, the Forest Service at the time, if any of their forest managers promoted fire or wanted to use fire, they would transfer them. Didn't want them to use fire. Again, fire's bad. Everything we know about it's bad, on doing that. And at that time too, then you start to get a lot of anti-fire type campaigns and stuff that's going on. So again, this is one of the signs that come out. Death rides the forest when man is careless. So what's portrayed here? What are they portraying right there? What are they portraying fire as? Evil, right? All the way, Revelations right there. Death rides a pale horse, right? I mean, that's as evil. Fire is evil and fire is bad. But we can't have that. The destroyer. Keep him out of the California woods. Help prevent fire. What is fire represented right there? The devil himself. It's wrong. Here's one we try to do a different way. Mr. Official, timberman, or citizen, will your children have timber to burn if you keep burning? So at least we'll try a different approach. We'll try to do it differently. We'll try to say, make sure your kids have it. This is 1913. Is when this sign come out. Here's one from Oklahoma, the Oklahoma State Game and Fish Commission, the Oklahoma Department, currently now the Oklahoma Department of Wildlife Conservation. Again, prevent fire, save game and fish and the grass and soil, because it's bad. The interesting thing is ODWC now is probably one of the largest single users of prescribed fire in the state of Oklahoma. They burn well over 100,000 acres every year. On all their management areas and stuff, big promoter of fire and doing that. Times have changed, but again, you look back on that. This is probably one of my favorite ones. This is God's country. Don't set it on fire and make it look like hell. you know. And because again, that's what people think after they see that aftermath of fire and what's going on and doing that. Then you have World War II come along. We don't stop there. You know, again, signs of the time. Tokyo loves an American forest fire. Our carelessness, their secret weapon. You know, the other poster up there, forest defense is national defense. Again, you know, widespread fire suppression also is very interesting enough. Again, the amount of fire use in 1942 in the Southeast dropped dramatically because, again, most of the people had enlisted, gone to fight the war, or gone to go work in different areas for the war effort and things like that. So the folks that were out burning the woods weren't there. Really dry conditions, huge fire, wildfire year that year. They finally realized, hey, we've got to start using fire to keep these wildfires down and keep what's going on. And in 1943, you actually finally had the first approved prescribed burn by the United States Forest Service, 1943. They started in 1907. Their first approved fire was 1943 in the Osceola National Forest in Florida. You know, the interesting thing enough, and you can't see it real well, but that top right poster there, as you're looking at it, shows the guys putting the fire out. If you look at it really close and you can see it well, it's also kind of, to me, it's a very interesting poster. Because if you look at the guys putting the fire out, if you can see it enough, do you see anything kind of different about them or anything? They're all older. They're all gray-headed, and they're all made to be older. So you got to feel sorry for them. Because again, where's all the young guys at? They're in Europe or in the Pacific. So they're showing, hey, man, the old guys are going to have to go out there and fight this fire if you're not careful. You know, and so that kind of stuff went on. Then also during that time, we have the first full-length, full-color animated movie comes out named Bambi. Bambi had a pro-fire message, but nobody got it. All right, man up here and woman up. How many of y'all seen Bambi? Come on, I've seen Bambi. Yeah, there we go. Do y'all remember anything good about fire from Bambi? The only thing you probably remember is Bambi and Mama running scared and all the animals with the fire coming, right? It was, man, just terror. That's all everybody thought. But does anybody remember the next scene after the fire? What was it? It rained, the fire went out, and then all of a sudden, all this green grass and flower pops up after the fire. Guess what? Fire ecology at its finest, succession going on. Fire comes through, disturbance, then we have stuff come right back. But nobody got it. They were all too petrified. All the little kids were crying because Bambi was going to get burned up. You know, that's all we thought about. Actually, Bambi, the Forest Service tried to make Bambi their model for fire prevention character. But Walt Disney wouldn't let them do it. And I'm not sure why. I never have seen or heard why he wouldn't do it. So the next thing that happened, they go to an ad agency in Los Angeles, and in 1944, they design and come up with the Smokey Bear campaign. The original one is that upper poster there, and the original saying was care will prevent 9 out of 10 forest fires. Then in 1947, we got the famous message that says, only you. Imagine that. Y'all all know that. Guess what? On the 60th anniversary back in 1997, 2007, they did a survey. 93% of the general public can finish that statement. I guarantee most of them don't even know where milk comes from and wouldn't drink it if they did. But they darn sure know that fire's bad and we got to put every fire out because it's bad. Again, why? How? And then actually, that message was changed to, actually, it doesn't say only you can prevent forest fires. The current saying is only you can prevent wildfires. Because part of it was Forest Service started doing more burns and stuff, so we had to change the wording of it. But again, What's the difference between a forest fire and a wildfire? You know, but the general public, do they know? The fire's fire, right? So doing that. So again, 1950, a bear cub was found after a wildfire in the Lincoln National Forest in New Mexico. He was sent to the National Zoo where that cub died there in 1976. Smokey was so popular, he had his own zip code there. He received so much fan mail from school kids that he had his own zip code that the letters could get to. Also, they liked that bear. In 1952, President Eisenhower signed the Smokey Bear Act, where there is no unlawful use of Smokey's image or message. They are dead serious about that bear. They don't like people messing with it. You know, again, the new message, only you can prevent wildfires. Golly, what's the difference? Honestly, this is probably the best ad campaign ever come up with. Ever. Just, it's incredible the amount of use it is. But again, this bear has probably done more to damage natural resource management than any one thing that's ever been done. Because he has made fire a negative, bad term, and all fire is bad. And fire is important. And we're going to see that here in a minute. You know, again, think back. What's the first things you were told about fire as a kid? What's the first thing you've told your kids? Get away from that fire. Watch out, you're going to get burned. Instead of, that fire is good, you need to be careful with it. Again, we're always, you know, told, you know, don't play in that fire. You're going to wet the bed. You know, smoke always goes to the bad boy. You know, all kinds of, anything, you know, everything negative. You know, fire's bad. You know, even, you know, Johnny Flame there, Fantastic Four. That was, I kind of liked that when I was a kid. Like, but if you know the real story of Johnny Flame, he don't like being. He can't control his flames. He can't control his fire, and he's always tormented. And he's always mad and upset. Again, fire's bad. So you know, you think about that and fire, and historically, again, how much fire did occur across this country and across our landscape? Because again, every landscape that we've got besides water is flammable, and it's going to burn. And you even have vegetation growing in water, whatever's sticking up can burn too. And so again, you look at fire regimes and doing that, we're talking every 1 to 4 years throughout most of the Great Plains that fire occurs. On doing that, just real quick, this is one of the most recent ones they looked at fire scars, looked at rainfall patterns, and also how quickly things recover from fire. Because that's always going to tell you how often something's going to burn, right? Is you burn it off, how long does it take to grow back before it'll burn again? And again, what they're showing right here, this southern part of Oklahoma in through Texas, that burned at least every 2 years historically. And most all of Oklahoma is in that 2 to 4. There's a lot of fire, and things burn often. You know, if you want to look down at a scale of Oklahoma on doing that, again, you know, probably one of the greatest ones, you go over to Tahlequah, let's go over to Cherokee County and look at that. So this study was done by folks up at the University of Missouri at the tree ring lab up there. And what's really interesting to show is, again, you look at it, they found some trees that were growing that were alive in 1730 or 1780. And from 1780 to 1830, the average fire scar. So again, that's when a fire comes through, that surface fire, and it scarred that tree and made a scar. And so you're able to count that ring on how old it was and when that fire occurred. The fire frequency is about every 2.5 years. And then from 1830 till 1889, that frequency went up to 1.7 years, more fire. So what happened in 1830 in Cherokee County, Oklahoma? That's when the Cherokees got there. And they go, man, we've been burning on the East Coast. You ain't burning enough here in Oklahoma. We got to burn more. So they did. They burned more. You know, we were burning at 2.5. Every 2.5 years, we need to burn it more often than that. So again, it stayed that way until about 1925, and then from 1925 to 1992 showed 27-year fire return interval. And what do we get with that 27-year fire return interval? We got forests over there that are so thick you can't walk through. We got Cherokee prairies, which used to be wide open tall grass prairies throughout the whole reaches of the eastern part of the state, that are now cedar forest, winged elm forest, honey locust forest, elm forest, whatever else you want to throw in there. You know, why? Lack of fire. So about, when you say, well, that's well and good, they get a lot of rain over there, but I'm from Southwest Oklahoma, by God, and it don't rain in Southwest Oklahoma. Well, yeah, let's look at Southwest Oklahoma. Wichita Mountains, study they did there, published that a couple of years ago. From 1712 to 1901, the fire frequency in Southwest Oklahoma was 4.4 years. Every 4 years, it's burning stuff. And again, it's kind of maintained it mainly because of why? Number one, Fort Sill. So you got an unexhausted ignition source from Fort Sill. So it's always going to get to come over onto the Wichita Mountains. And then you have an active fire program in the Wichita Mountains. But, you know, fire was there, even though that's dry. Guess what? It'll burn, and it burns often on doing that. And so let's look at it. I love history. I love looking at things like that. Again, going through pictures, a lot of times we always look at it. So this picture is at 1892. It was titled, from the Oklahoma Historical Society, it's titled Driving Cattle from Otoe to Pawnee. So Otoe is either one of two things. Otoe is either the Otoe, Missouri tribal encampment, north of town here, or it's the Otoe siding, which is a little bit to the southwest of that, was a railroad siding where trains they had cattle pens and stuff there on that. But either way, they're driving cattle there. Everybody always looks at these pictures. You always want to look at the cowboys, you look at the cattle, and that's all cool. But I look at the background. What do you not see in this picture?
Trees.
Really? Where are they at? Chainsaw got them? Didn't have chainsaws, did they? Had a bunch of pet beavers running around, didn't they? They had trained beavers to go gnaw that stuff down. No, fire. 1892. Not a tree. Here's another image of it. It'd be cool. I'd love to find this spot. I don't know if we could ever find it again. It'd be very cool. Maybe underwater in Sooner Lake. I don't know. But again, look at that, and what do you not see in that picture? This is at the corner of Junction Street and Okmulgee Street in Muskogee. That's actually where it is now by that star, but that picture was 1891. That was a watering hole. Again, it wasn't a man-made pond. It was a watering hole that was there. There's a couple of trees, but what do you also not see in the background there? Any others? Turner Ranch, Muskogee, Indian Territory, 1900. Cattle grazing. Yep, there is a creek back there, but does it look like a creek that we have now? You can count each individual tree, can't you? The Wantland Homestead, just south of Stillwater here. This one's not a day, but I believe it's pre-1900. What do you not see in this picture? (1905) near Colgate, driving cattle on the way to Tulsa. Again, some of those Cherokee prairies. What do you not see in this picture? This is Colgate. 1883, this is a group of folks. This is David Payne, who actually, not the weatherman. This is David Payne of Payne County fame and Stillwater, the outlaw that started Stillwater, that him and his boomers that kept sneaking on the Indian lands and trying to make settlements. That's his group. They were somewhere near the Oklahoma-Lincoln County area. And if you look at it close, that's snow on the ground. This area has actually been burnt. That area hasn't been burnt. Still, it's dormant, so it's wintertime because of the snow and everything. Again, what do you not see in that picture? 1889, the big run. These are wagons crossing, the only way they could cross the Salt Fork of the Arkansas was that railroad bridge. This is probably right by Pond Creek, is where this is. Look at that one. What do you see and what do you not see? I do see some cottonwoods, but I see about a dozen, you know. Pretty amazing. Shannon, you drive across the Salt Fork going home. That don't look like the Salt Fork you cross, is it?
There's a nice spot just south of the
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but didn't the homestead program say you had to plant 10 acres of trees?
Yeah. So yeah, it goes back. So again, the Homestead Act, number one of them, first off, provided you had to improve 40 acres, and improvement plow it up. Secondly, some of them, not every state, required you to plant 40 acres of trees. There was a lot of that in the Dakotas on the Homestead Act. Yeah, because again, we know better. We know what's best. You know, plant trees. But again, what I'm saying is we did have trees in Oklahoma. So this picture right here, look at that. So it's an unknown location in Oklahoma Territory. 1900 guys are out hunting. There's some trees. And to me, if you look at the picture close, they look like post oaks, and they're all beat up from fire. They're all fire scarred. They're witched out, but they're there. You know, we did have trees in Oklahoma, you bet, but they were kept down thin and doing that. And then also this final picture shows it. 1900 Indian Territory, McCurtain County, shortleaf pine, native pine, guy riding through there. You can see the fire scars on the trees. From what I know now, this area probably hadn't had a fire in about 4 years, but again, you see big pines, open understory with a lot of herbaceous understory growing through there. That's indicative of a lot of fire in a forest. Then here we go. Oklahoma A&M College, 1894. As you look from the window of Hideaway, looking at Old Central there, what do you see and not see? You know, the story is the reason OSU is at OSU in Stillwater and not in Perkins was a territorial committee stopped here first, and they dined them on prairie chicken and champagne, and they never made it to Perkins. So what does it take to have prairie chickens? Prairie, no trees. Guess what? And again, this is what we brought to the state. Fire suppression. Put it out. Fire's back. I'm doing that. You know, again, ignoring the past has brought us to this present. And we can drive around this state and see a lot of this. Don't matter where you go on doing that. And so, you know, that's my job, is telling people we need to bring fire back. We need to have fire, you know, prescribed fire there and doing that. And that's our alternative, is we're setting fires and doing that. And so why should we burn? You know, that's the biggest thing. Why should we burn? And again, as a university employee, and especially with my big boss sitting in here with me, I have to use a graph. You know, we have to do that. We have to have graphs, right? So this is my graph for y'all. Why should we use fire? Well, the big reason is without it, you're here, or here, you're without it, but with it, you're here. That's the most important thing. You want to be here. You want to be in that spot. But where is that? Well, as scientifically as I can be, that is where we're at. Now, I can't remember the name of that creek. Randy, do you know that one? Never. Yeah. But, you know, you're either going to be paddling upstream in that creek, or you're going to have a motor and you're going to be tooling downstream real quick, get out of it. So that's as scientific as I can get on that kind of stuff. And so, but is fire the silver bullet? You know, as much as I'd like to say so, no, it's not. But we're always looking for the silver bullet, right? Everybody wants the silver bullet. That's what you're always looking for. But what is it? The thing we got to remember about fire is one burn does not replace 100 years of not burning. You know, and that's where a lot of people, they want this instant gratification. They want this instant, I want to burn it and change the whole world. It's not going to happen overnight. It didn't get that way overnight. It's not going to change overnight. We've got to do it. The key of it all is fire frequency. That goes back to what all those maps, and historically, fire occurred often and it occurred frequently. And that's what kept everything at bay. And that's what kept prairies, prairies. That's what kept forests, forests. You know, and that's what it does. And the thing we have to remember, there's nothing out there that mimics what fire can do. There's no herbicide. There's no mechanical treatment. There's nothing that does what fire does. Nothing puts back into the soil like what fire does and the effects of fire. Nothing improves weight gains on cattle than them grazing on freshly burnt pasture. You know, fire again impacts the microorganisms in the soil, stuff that we don't even see, don't even think about. All the way to the birds flying in the air. Again, there's a forest disease that affects trees. I can't remember I don't know what the name of it is, but I do know that how you get rid of it or what causes it to go away is the smoke from fire. Is what it does. You know, what else? You know, what it's not the heat, it's doing it. And you know, you got trees that rely on heat from fire to break open cones so that they can throw seed. Fire does all kinds of things of what we can do. And so a lot of times everybody wants to worry about details on stuff. Man, go out and let's burn something, see some effects and see what's going on and what you can do. And so let's look at fire effects real quick. We're going to travel around Oklahoma real quick and look at things. First thing we're going to do is look at sand shinnery oak. Everybody know what sand shinnery oak is? Occurs in western Oklahoma. Actually, this area, lime green area over here on the western side of the state is sand shinnery oak. Quercus havardia, it's a short-statured oak, grows in sandy soils. It will not encroach into anything that's not sandy soils, and it loves sand. That's why it's called sand shinnery oak. Actually, it goes into Texas. Actually, there's a huge area of it over on the southern plains of Texas and eastern New Mexico, right over here. There's actually 5 million contiguous acres of shinnery over there. It would actually be the largest contiguous oak forest in the world if they considered an oak that tall as a tree, but they don't consider it a tree, so it's not a forest. But we have it again in Oklahoma. And again, if you look at it and you look back historically, some of the historical accounts from 1839, Josiah Gregg describes shinnery as covered with acorns and seldom more than a foot tall. Abert reported shin oak about 2 foot tall and occasional clumps larger along the Washita River. And Marcy described it in Beckham County as dwarf oak bushes, sandy soil, not over 18 inches tall. But one of the best ones was it was described as an overstory of grass with an understory of oak. That's kind of interesting, isn't it? You know, usually you always hear overstory of trees with an understory of something else. But this is different. That was kind of interesting. And so again, if you go out in Roger Mills County, Beckham County, Ellis County, you know, this is what we can see. And again, it's not called shinnery because it's shin high. But, you know, but it's a short stature, but usually it's getting tall. Man, that's thick. And again, it doesn't cover the whole area. There's openings and all that, but you've got shinnery. Again, shinnery is good for turkey habitat. It's great for lesser prairie chicken habitat, but do you want the whole world to be covered with shinnery oak? No. So you gotta be able to manage it. So what do you do? So let's throw fire in. So that's no fire for years. Let's throw fire in it. So this is a 5-year treatment, burning every 5 years. And this is about year 2 or 3 post burn right here. So you can see it's coming back. There's grass, there's a shinnery. You can see the area right back here that wasn't burned. So a no burn treatment, you know, just like that one right there. And so it's recovering. So again, you're not going to kill it with fire, but you're going to suppress it. You changed the stature of it, didn't you? You know, instead of being this tall, it's now down this tall. So we're going to change that structure. That's what fire does. Fire changes structure and changes what's going on. But what if we burn, let's step that frequency up again. Let's burn every 2 years. What do you see there? That shinnery's still there. It's all down in that grass, but it's all there. What was that one historic account? An overstory of grass with an understory of oak. You think we found it? Yeah. Fire frequency. Again, it's not about a fire. It's about fire frequency, how often you use fire and what it can do. So, you know, that's well and good. You know, that's Western Oklahoma, 20-inch rainfall zone, 18, 22 inches out there. Man, you're burning every 2 or 3 years. Wow. Well, let's go to southeast Oklahoma. Let's go to 55-inch rainfall zone. Let's go to oak pine forest. So native pine, shortleaf pines, native
to Oklahoma and Oaks in that area, that green area in the south part, east part of the state. Again, historical accounts talk about riding through the forest, never having to duck limbs horseback. You know, we've seen pictures of that. You know, we saw that one picture. I showed that one. There's that talking. Also, you heard accounts of people driving wagons through the forest. You know, team and wagon through the forest. I mean, you couldn't even pull a little red wagon through the forest now if you wanted to try to go out there, could you? Doing that. Also being able to see cattle from one mountain to the other, you know, open range that was there in southeast Oklahoma for decades. They talked about, you know, being able to see from one mountain to the other. Try to do that now. One other quick point. So San Boyce Mountains, familiar with San Boyce Mountains in southeast Oklahoma, the name anyway? You know what San Boyce means? It's French. Boyce is trees in French. Sans is no trees. Thomas Nuttall described the Potato Hills north of Clayton, Oklahoma, as serrated hills with short, shrubby trees. Go look at the Potato Hills north of Clayton, and it's a forest over the top of it. So again, you look at southeast Oklahoma, and this is what you got. This is a research area we've got in southeast Oklahoma at the Pushmataha Wildlife Management Area outside of Clayton. These plots have been going on since 1982. Again, this is what they all look like, and this is areas that don't get burned, you know. And what do you see in that picture? I see a lot of trees. What do you see on the ground? A lot of pine needles, litter, very little herbaceous, you know, doing that. Also, what else do you not see very much hitting the ground? Sunlight. Sunlight. It's amazing. Sunlight makes stuff grow. Did you know that? Or no, we need a grant to look at that, see about sunlight, how important it might be. So let's start burning that thing. This is burning every 4 years, rough reduction burn. They've gone in, some timber harvest, but then started burning every 4 years. What do you see now? A herbaceous understory. You see, you lost most of the mid-story out of that. Again, most all those trees are still there. They're just shrubby because they're getting whacked every 4 years, fire comes through. Big trees are still fine. Then we started putting together treatments in here. This is a 4-year fire return interval. So gone in, logged all the harvestable timber, stem injected the oaks to thin them down, and then started burning every 4 years. That's what you get. Still got good, great deer habitat. It's grazable, not the best, but it's still not too bad. But what if we up it to 3-year fire return interval? You can see pines, man, they love fire. Pines love fire. They're outgrowing the fire. They're going to grow. You're still knocking stuff back. You get a lot more herbaceous understory in there. A lot more things going on. Well, I tell you what, let's burn it even more. Let's burn every 2 years. Look what you're getting now. Well, what if we did it every year? Guess what? Look at that. That's almost tall grass prairie in a forest. And none of that was planted. Because also, if you realize that area right there is 30% surface rock. So every third step you take, you're stepping on a rock. And I'm not talking pebbles, I'm talking rocks. You ain't pulling any kind of tillage drill or anything around there. That's all, it's all there. It's just been suppressed for decades. Come right back. Remove it. Get that overstory back. So again, would it be for the whole southeast look like that? No, we need all of this. But that's the importance of fire and what we can do. And so again, we've got one final treatment there. The pine blue stem treatment went in and thinned about half the pines, left a lot of the bigger mature pines burning every year, making that. And then any similarities on that historically of what it can be and what it was on doing that? So, again, the thing to remember, soils and climate, they all shape what our vegetation is going to be at, especially on a native setting on that. you see that disturbance is the next thing that we've got, and that's fire, is what we're gonna do. You know, it's always easier to work with what you got and not against it, and doing that. And the thing we gotta remember is fire is important, and fire is part of that whole system, that is part of it. You know, we always talk about drought, and we always talk about drought in the context of rainfall. And I mean, if you look at plants, to me, sunlight and water are the two most important factors. Without those, you're not going to have anything going. But then to me, the third thing that's important is fire. You've got to have that to maintain that native equilibrium and that native habitat and a native ecosystem. And without that, but we always talk about drought in the context of water. But I say we're in a drought of fire, and it's a severe one. It's been a long-term drought. And we can see what it can do for us and how we can do it. And the main thing to remember, it's not a fire, it's fire frequency. It's about multiple fires of what we can do. So with that, thank you all very much.
John?
I got a comment for you.
You bet.
So when Woods County, or when the land run came south of Alva, somebody came in 2 days before the land run, burned off all the prime land south of Alva. So all the old homesteaders that had their cows, they had to go on over that to find grass. And my grandfather, great-grandfather, was one of those guys that drove his cow on down.
Went on down. There we go. That's a smart guy using fire like that. I haven't heard that one. That's good. All right. Well, thank you all. What does it cost to burn? Man, that is a big question. It'll run numbers anywhere from $2 to $20 an acre. And that's a lot of it's going to depend on the fire breaks that you need to put in. If you've got existing, using roads, creeks as natural, so there's no cost with putting fire breaks and stuff like that in. And then thinking about, if you've got equipment or any kind of equipment that you may need, having to include that in there. But in doing that, if you look at NRCS cost share dollars and stuff right now, they're doing cost share with about $8 to $13 an acre on that. So that gives a halfway decent idea. Yep, and there's a few fire departments that live for fundraisers. Yep, they will. We've got burn associations scattered throughout the state. Again, working with that. We got them in about 36 counties in the state. So again, active part of that.
Do you go around the state talking about prescribed burns?
Yes, I do. Go around and help form burn associations, help do field days and different things like that. We are going to have a field day in Grady County, February 16th. And hopefully we'll be burning that day as well. Huh? Yeah, that's right. I have. Went out there a couple of years ago. They invited me out. So.
All right. Thanks, John.
I hope that was what you want.
I'll take, yeah, absolutely. I'll take this. I need her.
You want?
You're just taking everything.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, so again, thanks, John. And I want to rag on John. He's one of my good friends, but it's not just Mike. It's not just running around Oklahoma. John is around the nation. He is one of the premier prescribed fire guys, and he's training all over the place in some pretty cool locations. He goes from up north to down south. So he's one of the best in the business. But with that, we are concluding 2021 winter crop school. You're like about freaking time, Arnell. But I appreciate your guys' attendance. Holding out to the last day, by the way, yes, soil and water credits were the last for a reason to hold you guys here. But I appreciate you holding out for this. I appreciate the 2 days. Feel free to contact me. Don't bother anybody else. Just tell me what you think, and I don't get hurt. So tell me what you think. But do feel free to reach out to all of our presenters and all of our speakers if you have any further information or any questions with them and any suggestions. I got one person in the audience that I know will send me suggestions for next year, but I'd love some others. So Mike, I expect that email the next week. So I appreciate you. Safe travels. I'll put up the QR code one more time. We do have the QR code for CCA in there if you haven't seen it yet. Have a wonderful time and thank you very much. You're good.
Actually, you know what?